Chapter 33 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 33. Nein, lange kann ich diesen Kampf nicht kämpfen, den Riesenkampf der Pflicht. Kannst du des Herzen Flammetrieb nicht dämpfen, so fordre, Tugend, dieses Opfer nicht. Geschworen hab ich es, ja, ich hab's geschworen, mich selbst zu bändigen. Hier ist dein Kranz, er sei auf ewig mir verloren. Nimm ihn zurück und lass mich sündigen. Schiller. If I had never had a trouble before, I had one now. Large, stalwart, robust. For what seemed to me a long time, there was present to my mind's eye little but the vision of a large, lighted room, a great, undefined crowd surging around and below. A small knot of persons and faces in sharp distinctness immediately around me. Low-spoken words with a question, no answer. Vehement imploring for an answer, still no reply. Yet another sentence conjuring denial, and then the answer itself, the silence that succeeded it, the face which had become part of my thoughts, all changed and downcast. The man whom I had looked up to, feared, honoured, as chivalrous, far beyond his station and circumstances, slowly walking away from the company of his fellows, disgraced, fallen, having himself owned to the disgrace being merited, pointed at as a cheat, bowing to the accusation. It drove me almost mad to think of it. I suffered the more keenly because I could speak to no one of what had happened. What sympathy should I get from any living soul by explaining my sick looks and absent demeanour with the words, "I love that man who is disgraced"? I smiled dryly in the midst of my anguish, and locked it the deeper in my own breast. I had believed in him so devotedly, so intensely, had loved him so entirely, and with such a humility, such a consciousness of my own shortcomings and of his superiority. The recoil at first was such as one might experience who embraces a veiled figure, presses his lips to where its lips should be, and finds that he kisses a corpse. Such, I say, was the recoil at first, but a recoil, from its very nature, is short and vehement. There are some natures, I believe, which, after a shock, turn and flee from the shocking agent. Not so I. After figuratively springing back and pressing my hands over my eyes, I removed them again, and still saw his face, and it tortured me to have to own it, but I had to do so. Still loved that face beyond all earthly things. It grew by degrees familiar to me again. I caught myself thinking of the past, and smiling at the remembrance of the jokes between Eugen and Helfen on Carnival Monday, then pulled myself up with a feeling of horror and the conviction that I had no business to be thinking of him at all. But I did think of him day by day and hour by hour, and tortured myself with thinking of him, and wished, yet dreaded, to see him, and wondered how I possibly could see him, and could only live in a hope which was not fulfilled. For I had no right to seek him out. His condition might be much, very much to me. My sympathy or pity or thought, as I felt all too keenly, could be nothing to him. Meanwhile, as is usual in such cases, circumstance composedly took my affairs into her hands, and settled them for me, without my being able to move a finger in the matter. The time was approaching for the departure of von Francius. Adelaide and I did not exchange a syllable upon the subject. Of what use? I knew to a certain extent what was passing within her. I knew that this child of the world, were we not all children of the world, not of light, had braced her moral forces to meet the worst, and was awaiting it calmly. Adelaide, like me, based her actions not upon religion. Religion was for both of us an utter abstraction. It touched us not. That which gave Adelaide force to withstand temptation, and to remain stoically in the drear sphere in which she already found herself, was not religion. It was pride on the one hand, and on the other love for Max von Francius. Pride forbade her to forfeit her reputation, which was dear to her, though her position had lost the charms with which distance had once gilded it for her. Love for von Francius made her struggle with all the force of her nature to remain where she was, renounce him blamelessly, rather than yield at the price which women must pay who do such things as leave their husbands. It was wonderful to me to see how love had developed in her every higher emotion. I remembered how cynical she had always been as to the merits of her own sex. Women, according to her, were an inferior race, who gained their poor ends by poor means. She had never been hard on female trickery and subterfuge. "Bah!" she said. "How else are they to get what they want?" But now, with the exalted opinion of a man, had come exalted ideas as to the woman fit for his wife. Since to go to him she must be stained and marked forever, she would remain away from him. Never should any circumstance connected with him be made small or contemptible by any act of hers. I read the motive, and, reading it, read her. Von Francius was, equally with herself, distinctly and emphatically a child of the world. As she honoured him, he honoured her. He proved his strength and the innate nobility of his nature by his stoic absence of evasion or of rebellion against the decree which had gone out against their love. He was a better man, a greater artist, a more sympathetic nature now than before. His passage through the furnace had cleansed him. He was a standing example to me that, despite what our preachers and our poets, our philosophers and our novelists are incessantly dinning into our ears, there are yet men who can renounce, men to whom honour and purity are still the highest goddesses. I saw him naturally and often during these days, so dark for all of us. He spoke to me of his prospects in his new post. He asked me if I would write to him occasionally, even if it should be only 3 or 4 times in the year. "Indeed, I will if you care to hear from me," said I, much moved. This was at our last music lesson, in my dark little room at the Wehrhahn. Von Francius had made it indeed a lesson, more than a lesson, a remembrance to carry with me forever, for he had been playing Beethoven and Schubert to me. "Fräulein May, everything concerning you and yours will ever be of the very deepest interest to me," he said, looking earnestly at me. "Take a few words of advice and information from one who has never felt anything for you since he first met you but the truest friendship. You have in you the materials of a great artist. Whether you have the Spartan courage and perseverance requisite to attain the position, I can hardly tell. If you wish to become an artist, eine vollkommene Künstlerin, you must give everything else up, love and marriage and all that interferes with your art. For liebes Fräulein, you cannot pursue 2 things at once." "Then I have every chance of becoming as great an artist as possible," said I, "for none of those things will ever interfere with my pursuit of art." "Wait till the time of probation comes. You are but 18 yet," said he kindly, but skeptically. "Herr von Francius," the words started to my lips as the truth into my mind, and fell from them in the strong desire to speak to someone of the matter that then filled my whole soul. "I can tell you the truth. You will understand. The time of probation has been, it is over, past. I am free for the future." "So?" said he in a low voice, and his eyes were filled less with pity than with a fellow feeling which made them wondrous kind. "You too have suffered and given up. There are then 4 people, you and I, and one whose name I will not speak, and may I guess once, Fräulein May?" I bowed. "My first violinist, nicht wahr?" Again I assented silently. He went on. "Fate is perverse about these things. And now, my fair pupil, you understand somewhat more that no true artist is possible without sorrow and suffering and renunciation. And you will think sometimes of your old fault-finding, grumbling master, ja?" "Oh, Herr von Francius!" cried I, laying my hand upon the keyboard of the piano and sobbing aloud. "The kindest, best, most patient, gentle—" I could say no more. "That is mere nonsense, my dear May," he said, passing his hand over my prostrate head, and I felt that the strong hand, trembled. "I want a promise from you. You will sing for me next season?" "If I am alive and you send for me, I will." "Thanks. And one other word. Someone very dear to both of us is very sad." She will become sadder. You, my child, have the power of allaying sadness and soothing grief and bitterness in a remarkable degree. You will expend some of that power upon her when her burden grows very hard, and think that with each word of kindness to her you bind my heart more fast to yourself." "I will. Indeed, I will." "We will not say good-bye, but only auf Wiedersehen," said he. "You and I shall meet again. I am sure of that, mein Lieber. Gute Schülerin, adieu." Choked with tears, I passively let him raise my hand to his lips. I hid my face in my handkerchief to repress my fast-flowing tears. I would not, because I dared not, look at him. The sight of his kind and trusted face would give me too much pain. He loosed my hand. I heard steps. A door opened and closed. He was gone. My last lesson was over. My trusty friend had departed. He was to leave Elberthal on the following day. The next night there was an entertainment, half concert, half theatricals. Wholly dilettante at the Malkasten, the artists' club. We, as is the duty of a decorous English family, buried all our private griefs and appeared at the entertainment, to which indeed Adelaide had received a special invitation. I was going to remain with Adelaide until Sir Peter's return, which we understood was to be in the course of a few weeks, and then I was going to (reader's note, that's all there is), by the advice of von Francius, there to finish my studies. Dearly though I loved music, divine as she ever has been, and will be to me, yet the idea of leaving von Francius for other masters had at first almost shaken my resolution to persevere. But, as I said, all this was taken out of my hands by an irresistible course of circumstances over which I had simply no control whatever. Adelaide, Harry, and I went to the Malkasten. The gardens were gaily illuminated. There was a torchlight procession round the little artificial lake, and chorus singing many choruses, such as "Wenn zwei sich gut sind, sie finden den Weg," which were cheered and laughed at. The fantastically dressed artists and their friends were flitting, torch in hand, about the dark alleys and the twisted acacias and elms, the former of which made the air voluptuous with their scent. Then we adjourned to the saal for the concert, and heard on all sides regret about the absence of von Francius. We sat out the first part of the festivities, which were to conclude with theatricals. During the pause we went into the garden. The May evening was balmy and beautiful, no moonlight, but many stars, and the twinkling lights in the garden. Adelaide and I had seated ourselves on a circular bench surrounding a big tree which had the mighty word Goethe cut deeply into its rugged bark. When the others began to return to the Malkasten, Adelaide, turning to Arkwright, said, "Harry, will you go in and leave my sister and me here? That's a good boy. You can call for us when the play is over." "All right, my lady," assented he amiably, and left us. Presently Adelaide and I moved to another seat, near to a small table, under a thick shade of trees. The pleasant, cool evening air fanned our faces. All was still and peaceful. Not a soul but ourselves had remained out of doors. The still drama of the marching stars was less attractive than the amateur murdering of the piccolomini within. The tree-tops rustled softly over our heads. The lighted pond gleamed through the low-hanging boughs at the other end of the garden. A peal of laughter and a round of applause came wafting now and then from within. Ere long Adelaide's hand stole into mine, which closed over it, and we sat silent. Then there came a voice. Someone, a complacent dilettante, was singing Thekla's song. We heard the refrain. Distance lent enchantment. It sounded what it really was, deep as eternity. Ich habe gelebt und geliebet. Adelaide moved uneasily. Her hand started nervously, and a sigh broke from her lips. "Schiller wrote from the heart," said she in a low voice. "Indeed, yes, Adelaide." "Did you say good-bye to von Francius, May, yesterday?" "Yes. At least we said au revoir. He wants me to sing for him next season." "Was he very down?" "Yes, very. A footstep close at hand, a figure passed in the uncertain light, dimly discerned us, paused, and glanced at us. "Max!" exclaimed Adelaide in a low voice, full of surprise and emotion, and she half started up. "It is you! This is too wonderful," said he, pausing. "You are not yet gone?" "I have been detained to-day. I leave early to-morrow. I thought I would take at least one turn in the Malkasten garden, which I may perhaps never see or enter again. I did not know you were here." May and I thought it so pleasant that we would not go in again to listen to the play." Von Francius had come under the trees, and was now leaning against a massive trunk, his slight, tall figure almost lost against it, his arms folded, and an imposing calm upon his face, which was just caught by the gleam of a lamp outside the trees. "Since this accidental meeting has taken place, I may have the privilege of saying adieu to your ladyship." "Yes," said Adelaide in a strange, low, much moved tone. I felt uneasy. I was sorry this meeting had taken place. The shock and revulsion of feeling for Adelaide, after she had been securely calculating that von Francius was 100 miles on his way, was too severe. I could tell from the very timbre of her voice and its faint vibration how agitated she was, and as she seated herself again beside me, I felt that she trembled like a reed. "It is more happiness than I had expected," went on von Francius, and his voice, too, was agitated. Oh, if he would only say farewell and go! "Happiness!" said Adelaide, in a tone whose wretchedness was too deep for tears. "Ah, you correct me. Still, it is a happiness. There are some kinds of joy which one cannot distinguish from griefs, my lady, until one comes to think that one might have been without them, and then one knows their real nature." She clasped her hands. I saw her bosom rise and fall with long, stormy breaths. I trembled for both, for Adelaide, whose emotion and anguish were, I saw, mastering her; for von Francius, because if Adelaide failed he must find it almost impossible to repulse her. "Herr von Francius," said I, in a quick, low voice, making one step towards him, and laying my hand upon his arm. "Leave us, if you do love us," I added in a whisper. "Leave us. Adelaide, say good-bye to him. Let him go." "You are right," said von Francius to me, before Adelaide had time to speak. "You are quite right." A pause. He stepped up to Adelaide. I dared not interfere. Their eyes met, and his will not to yield produced the same in her, in the shape of a passive, voiceless acquiescence in his proceedings. He took her hands, saying, "My lady, adieu. Heaven send you peace, or death which brings it, or whatever is best." Loosing her hands, he turned to me, saying distinctly, "As you are a woman, and her sister, do not forsake her now." Then he was gone. She raised her arms and half fell against the trunk of the giant acacia beneath which we had been sitting, face forward as if shrunk with misery. Von Francius, strong and generous, whose very submission seemed to brace one to meet trouble with a calmer, firmer front, was gone. I raised my eyes and did not even feel startled, only darkly certain that Adelaide's evil star was high in the heaven of her fate. When I saw, calmly regarding us, Sir Peter le Marchant, in another moment he stood beside his wife, smiling, and touched her shoulder. With a low cry she raised her face, shrinking away from him. She did not seem surprised either, and I do not think people often are surprised at the presence, however sudden and unexpected, of their evil genius. It is good luck which surprises the average human being. "You give me a cold welcome, my lady," he remarked. "You are so overjoyed to see me, I suppose. Your carriage is waiting outside. I came in it, and Arkwright told me I should find you here. Suppose you come home. We shall be less disturbed there than in these public gardens." Tone and words all convinced me that he had heard most of what had passed, and would oppress her with it hereafter. The late scene had apparently stunned her. After the first recoil, she said, scarcely audibly, I'm ready," and moved. He offered her his arm. She took it, turning to me and saying, "Come, May." "Excuse me," observed Sir Peter. "You are better alone. I am sorry I cannot second your invitation to my charming sister-in-law. I do not think you are fit for any society, even hers." "I cannot leave my sister, Sir Peter. She is not fit to be left," I found voice to say. "She is not left, as you say, my dear. She has her husband. She has me," said he. Some few further words passed. I do not chronicle them. Sir Peter was as firm as a rock. That I was helpless before him is a matter of course. I saw my sister handed into her carriage. I saw Sir Peter follow her. The carriage drove away. I was left alone, half mad with terror at the idea of her state, to go home to my lodgings. Sir Peter had heard the words of von Francius to me, "Do not forsake her now," and had given himself the satisfaction of setting them aside, as if they had been so much waste paper. Von Francius was, as I well knew, trying to derive comfort in this very moment from the fact that I at least was with her, I who loved them both, and would have laid down my life for them. Well, let him have that comfort. In the midst of my sorrow I rejoiced that he did not know the worst, and would not be likely to imagine for himself a terror grimmer than any feeling I had yet known. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 34. Some say a queen is discrowned, and some call it woman's shame. Others name it a false step or social suicide, just as it happens to strike their minds, or such understanding as they may be blessed with. In these days one rarely hears seriously mentioned such unruly words as love, or wretchedness, or despair, which may nevertheless be important factors in bringing about that result which stands out to the light of day for public inspection. The 3 days which I passed alone and in suspense were very terrible ones to me. I felt myself physically as well as mentally ill, and it was in vain that I tried to learn anything of or from Adelaide, and I waited in a kind of breathless eagerness for the end of it all, for I knew as well as if someone had shouted it aloud from the housetops that that farewell in the Malkasten garden was not the end. Early one morning, when the birds were singing and the sunshine was streaming into the room, Frau Lutzler came into the room and put a letter into my hand, which she said a messenger had left. I took it and paused a moment before I opened it. I was unwilling to face what I knew was coming, and yet how otherwise could the whole story have ended? "Dear May, you, like me, have been suffering during these 3 days. I have been trying, yes, I have tried to believe I could bear this life, but it is too horrible. Isn't it possible that sometimes it may be right to do wrong? It is of no use telling you what has passed, but it is enough. I believe I am only putting the crowning point to my husband's revenge when I leave him. He will be glad. He does not mind the disgrace for himself, and he can get another wife as good as I when he wants one. When you read this, or not long afterward, I shall be with Max von Francius. I wrote to him. I asked him to save me, and he said, 'Come.' It is not because I want to go, but I must go somewhere. I have made a great mess of my life. I believe everybody does make a mess of it who tries to arrange things for himself. Remember that, May. I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Not likely, when you are married to some respectable, conventional man, who will shield you from contamination with such as I. I must not write more, or I shall write nonsense. Good-bye. 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 What will be the end of me? Think of me sometimes, and try not to think too hardly. Listen to your heart, not what people say. Good-bye again, Adelaide." I received this stroke without groan or cry, tear or shiver. It struck home to me. The heavens were riven asunder. A flash came in them, descended upon my head, and left me desolate. I stood, I know not how long, stock still in the place where I had read that letter. In novels I had read of such things. They had had little meaning for me. In real life I had only heard them mentioned dimly and distantly, and here I was, face to face with the awful thing, and so far from being able to deal out hearty, tempered condemnation, I found that the words of Adelaide's letter came to me like throes of a real heart, bald, dry, disjointed sentences on the outside, without feeling they might seem, but to me they were the breathless exclamations of a soul in supreme torture and peril. My sister! With what a passion of love my heart went out to her. Think of you, Adelaide, and think of you not too hardly. Oh, why did not you trust me more? I saw her as she wrote these words. I have made a great mess of my life. To make a mess of one's life, one mistake after another, till what might have been at least honest, pure, and of good report, becomes a stained, limp, unsightly thing, at which men feel that they may gaze openly, and from which women turn away in scorn unutterable, and that Adelaide, my proudest of proud sisters, had come to this. I was not thinking of what people would say. I was not wondering how it had come about. I was feeling Adelaide's words ever more and more acutely, till they seemed to stand out from the paper and turn into cries of anguish in my very ears. I put my hands to my ears. I could not bear those notes of despair. What would be the end of me, she said? And I shook from head to foot as I repeated the question, if her will and that of von Francius ever came in contact. She had put herself at his mercy utterly. Her whole future now depended upon the good pleasure of a man, and men were selfish. With a faint cry of terror and foreboding, I felt everything whirl unsteadily around me. The letter fell from my hand. The icy band that had held me fast gave way. All things faded before me, and I scarcely knew that I was sinking upon the floor. I thought I was dying, then thought faded with the consciousness that brings it. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 35. Allein, allein, und so soll ich genesen. Allein, allein, und das des Schicksals Segen. Allein, allein, o Gott, ein einzig Wesen, dieses Haupt an seine Brust zu legen. I had a sharp, if not long, attack of illness, which left me weak, shaken, passive, so that I felt neither ability nor wish to resist those who took me into their hands. I remember being surprised at the goodness of every one toward me, astonished at Frau Lutzler's gentle kindness, amazed at the unfailing goodness of Dr. Middendorf and his wife, at that of the medical man who attended me in my illness. Yes, the world seemed full of kindness, full of kind people, who were anxious to keep me in it, and who managed, in spite of my effort to leave it, to retain me. Dr. Middendorf, the oculist, had been my guardian angel. It was he who wrote to my friends and told them of my illness. It was he who went to meet Stella and Miss Hallam's Merrick, who came over to nurse me and take me home. The fiat had gone forth. I was to go home. I made no resistance, but my very heart shrunk away in fear and terror from the parting, till one day something happened which reconciled me to going home, or rather made me evenly and equally indifferent whether I went home or stayed abroad, or lived or died, or, in short, what became of me. I sat one afternoon for the first time in an arm-chair opposite the window. It was June, and the sun streamed warmly and richly in. The room was scented with a bunch of wallflowers, and another of mignonette, which Stella had brought in that morning from the market. Stella was very kind to me, but in a superior, patronizing way. I had always felt deferentially backward before the superior abilities of both my sisters, but Stella quite overawed me by her decided opinions and calm way of setting me right upon all possible matters. This afternoon she had gone out with Merrick to enjoy a little fresh air. I was left quite alone, with my hands in my lap, feeling very weak, and looking wistfully toward the well-remembered windows on the other side of the street. I could see inside the room. No one was there. Friedhelm and Eugen had gone out, no doubt. The door of my room opened, and Frau Lutzler came in. She looked cautiously around, and then, having ascertained that I was not asleep, asked in a nerve-disturbing whisper if I had everything that I wanted. "Everything, thank you, Frau Lutzler," said I. "But come in. I want to speak to you. I'm afraid I have given you no end of trouble." "Ach, ich bitte Sie, Fräulein, don't mention the trouble. We have managed to keep you alive." How they all did rejoice in having won a victory over that grey-winged angel Death, I thought to myself, with a curious sensation of wonder. "You are very kind," I said, "and I want you to tell me something, Frau Lutzler. How long have I been ill?"
14 days, Fräulein. Little as you may think it.
"Indeed, I have heard nothing about anyone in that time. Who has been made music director in place of Herr von Francius?" Frau Lutzler folded her arms and composed herself to tell me a history.
"Ja, Fräulein, the post would have been offered to Herr Courvoisier, only, you see, he has turned out a good for nothing. But perhaps you heard about that."
"Oh, yes, I heard all about it," said I hastily, as I passed my handkerchief over my mouth, to hide the sound of pain which contracted it.
"Of course, considering that, the direction could not offer it to him, so they proposed it to Herr Helfen. You know Herr Helfen, Fräulein, nicht?"
I nodded.
"A good young man, a worthy young man, and so popular with his companions. Aber denken Sie nur, the authorities might have been offering him an insult instead of a good post. He refused it then and there, would not stop to consider about it. In fact, he was quite angry about it. The gentleman who was chosen at last was a stranger from Hanover."
"Herr Helfen refused it. Why? Do you know?"
"They say because he was so fond of Herr Courvoisier, and would not be set above him. It may be so. I know for a certainty that, so far from taking part against Herr Courvoisier, he would not even believe the story against him, though he could not deny it, and did not try to deny it. Aber, Fräulein, what hearts men must have, to have lived 3 years and let the world think him an honest man, when all the time he had that on his conscience. Schrecklich!"
Adelaide and Courvoisier, it seemed, might almost be pelted with the same stones.
"His wife, they say, died of grief at the disgrace."
"Yes," said I, wincing. I could not bear this any longer, nor to discuss Courvoisier with Frau Lutzler, and the words "his wife," uttered in that speculatively gossiping tone, repelled me. She turned the subject to Helfen again.
"Herr Helfen must indeed have loved his friend, for when Herr Courvoisier went away, he went with him."
"Herr Courvoisier is gone?" I inquired, in a voice so like my usual one that I was surprised.
"Yes, certainly he is gone. I don't know where, I am sure."
"Perhaps they will return?" Frau Lutzler shook her head and smiled slightly.
"Nee, Fräulein. Their places were filled immediately. They are gone, ganz und gar."
I tried to listen to her, tried to answer her as she went on, giving her opinions upon men and things, but the effort collapsed suddenly. I had at last to turn my head away and close my eyes, and in that weary moment I prayed to God that he would let me die, and wondered again, and was almost angry with those who had nursed me for having done their work so well.
"We have managed to save you,"
Frau Lutzler had said. Save me from what, and for what? I knew the truth as I sat there. It was quite too strong and too clear to be laid aside, or looked upon with doubtful eyes. I was fronted by a fact, humiliating or not, a fact which I could not deny. It was bad enough to have fallen in love with a man who had never showed me by word or sign that he cared for me, but exactly and pointedly the reverse. But now it seemed the man himself was bad too. Surely a well-regulated mind would have turned away from him uninfluenced. If so, then mine was an ill-regulated mind. I had loved him from the bottom of my heart. The world without him felt cold, empty, and bare, desolate to live in, and shorn of its sweetest pleasures. He had influenced me. He influenced me yet. I still felt the words true. The greatest soul that draweth thee hath left his shadow plain to see on thy fair face, Persephone. He had bewitched me. I did not feel capable of making a fool of myself for his sake. I did feel that life by the side of any other man would be miserable, though never so richly set, and that life by his side would be full and complete, though never so poor and sparing in its circumstances. I make no excuses, no apologies for this state of things. It simply was so. Gone, and Friedhelm with him. I should probably never see either of them again. "I have made a mess of my life," Adelaide had said, and I felt that I might chant the same dirge. A fine ending to my boasted artistic career. I thought of how I had sat and chatted so amiably to Courvoisier in the cathedral at Cologne, and had little known how large and how deep a shadow his influence was to cast over my life. I still retained a habit of occasionally kneeling by my bedside and saying my prayers, and this night I felt the impulse to do so. I tried to thank God for my recovery. I said the Lord's Prayer. It is a universal petition and thanksgiving. It did not too nearly touch my woes. It allowed itself to be said, but when I came to something nearer, tried to say a thanksgiving for blessings and friends who yet remained, my heart refused, my tongue cleaved to my mouth. Alas! I was not regenerate. I could not thank God for what had happened. I found myself thinking of the pity on't, and crying most bitterly till tears streamed through my folded fingers, and whispering, "Oh, if I could only have died while I was so ill! No one would have missed me, and it would have been so much better for me." In the beginning of July, Stella, Merrick, and I returned to England, to Skernford, home. I parted in silent tears from my trusted friends, the Middendorfs, who begged me to come and stay with them at some future day. The anguish of leaving Elberthal did not make itself fully felt at first. That remained to torment me at a future day, and soon after our return came printed in large type in all the newspapers, declaration of war between France and Germany. Mine was among the hearts which panted and beat with sickening terror in England, while the dogs of war were fastened in deathly grip abroad. My time at home was spent more with Miss Hallam than in my own home. I found her looking much older, much feebler, and much more subdued than when she had been in Germany. She seemed to find some comfort from my society, and I was glad to devote myself to her. But for her I should never have known all those pains and pleasures which, bitter though their remembrance might be, were and ever would be to me the dearest thing of my life. Miss Hallam seemed to know this. She once asked me, would I return to Germany if I could? "Yes," said I would. To say that I found life dull in Skernford even at that time would be untrue. Miss Hallam was a furious partisan of the French, and I dared not mention the war to her, but I took in the Daily News from my private funds, and read it in my bedroom every night with dimmed eyes, fast-coming breath, and beating heart. I knew well that Eugen must be fighting, unless he were dead, and I knew, too, by some intuition founded, I suppose, on many small negative evidences unheeded at the time, that he would fight not like the other men who were battling for the sake of hearth and home, and sheer love and pride for the fatherland, but as one who has no home and no fatherland, as one who seeks a grave, not as one who combats a wrong. Stella saw the pile of newspapers in my room, and asked me how I could read those dreary accounts of battles and bombardments. Beyond these poor newspapers, I had, during the 16 months that I was at home, but scant tidings from without. I had implored Clara Steinmann to write to me now and then, and tell me the news of Elberthal, but her penmanship was of the most modest and retiring description, and she was, too, so desperately excited about Karl as to be able to think scarce of anything else. Karl belonged to a landwehr regiment which had not yet been called out, but to which the frightful contingency might happen any day, and what should she, Clara, do in that case? She told me no news. She lamented over the possibility of Karl's being summoned upon active service. It was, she said, grausam schrecklich. It made her almost faint to write about it, and yet she did compose 4 whole pages in that condition. The barrack, she informed me, was turned into a hospital, and she and Tante both worked hard. There was much work, dreadful work to do, such poor groaning fellows to nurse.
Herr Gott! cried poor little Clara. I did not know that the world was such a dreadful place.
Everything was so dear, so frightfully dear, and Karl, that was the burden of her song, might have to go into battle any day. Also, through the public papers, I learnt that Adelaide and Sir Peter Le Marchant were divided forever. As to what happened afterward, I was for some time in uncertainty, longing most intensely to know, not daring to speak of it. Adelaide's name was the signal for a cold stare from Stella, and angry, indignant expostulation from Miss Hallam. To me, it was a sorrowful spell, which I carried in my heart of hearts. One day I saw in a German musical periodical which I took in, this announcement: Herr Musikmeister Max von Francius, in ... reader's note, that's all that's written, has lately published a new symphony in B minor. The productions of this gifted composer are slowly but most surely making the mark which they deserve to leave in the musical history of our nation. He has, we believe, left ... for ... for a few weeks, to join his lady, seine Gemahlin, who is one of the most active and valuable hospitable nurses of that town, now, alas, little else than a hospital. This paragraph set my heart beating wildly. Adelaide was then the wife of von Francius. My heart yearned from my solitude toward them both. Why did not they write? They knew how I loved them. Adelaide could not suppose that I looked upon her deed with the eyes of the world at large, with the eyes of Stella or Miss Hallam. Had I not grieved with her? Had I not seen the dreadful struggle? Had I not proved the nobility of von Francius? On an impulse, I seized pen and paper and wrote to Adelaide, addressing my letter under cover to her husband, at the town in which he was Musikmeister. To him I also wrote, only a few words. Is your pupil forgotten by her master? He has never been forgotten by her. At last the answer came. On the part of Adelaide it was short. Dear May, I have had no time till now to answer your letter. I cannot reply to all your questions. You ask whether I repent what I have done. I repent my whole life. If I'm happy, how can I be happy? I'm busy now, and have many calls upon my time. My husband is very good. He never interposes between me and my work. Shall I ever come to England again? Never. Yours, A. von F. No request to write again. No inquiry after friends or relations. This letter showed me that whatever I might feel to her, however my heart might beat and long, how warm soever the love I bore her, yet that Adelaide was now apart from me, divided in every thought. It was a cruel letter, but in my pain I could not see that it had not been cruelly intended. Her nature had changed, but behind this pain lay comfort. On the back of the same sheet as that on which Adelaide's curt epistle was written, were some lines in the hand I knew well. "Liebe May," they said, "forgive your master, who can never forget you, nor ever cease to love you. You suffer, I know it. I read it in those short, constrained lines, so unlike your spontaneous words and frank smile. My dear child, remember the storms that are beating on every side over our country, in all our hearts. Once I asked you to sing for me sometime. You promised. When the war is over, I shall remind you of your promise. At present, believe me, silence is best. Your old music master, M.V.F. Gall and honey, roses and thistles, a dagger at the heart, and a caress upon the lips. Such seemed to me the characters of these 2 letters on the same sheet which I held in my hand. Adelaide made my heart ache. Von Francius made tears stream from my eyes. I reproached myself for having doubted him, but, I treasured the proof that he was true. It was the one tangible link between me, reality, and hard facts, and the misty yet beloved life I had quitted. My heart was full to overflowing. I must tell someone. I must speak to someone. Once again I tried to talk to Stella about Adelaide, but she gazed at me in that straight, strange way, and said coldly that she preferred not to speak of that. I could not speak to Miss Hallam about it. Alone in the broad meadows beside the noiseless river, I sometimes whispered to myself that I was not forgotten, and tried to console myself with the feeling that what von Francius promised he did. I should touch his hand, hear his voice again, and Adelaide's. For the rest, I had to lock the whole affair, my grief and my love, my longing and my anxiety, fast within my own breast, and did so. It was a long lesson, a hard one. It was conned with bitter tears, wept long and alone in the darkness. It was a sorrow which lay down and rose up with me. It taught, or rather practised me, until I became expert in them, certain things in which I had been deficient. Reticence, self-reliance, a quick ability to decide in emergencies. It certainly made me feel old and sad, and Miss Hallam often said that Stella and I were as quiet as nuns. Stella had the power which I so ardently coveted. She was a first-rate instrumentalist. The only topic she and I had in common was the music I had heard and taken part in. To anything concerning that she would listen for hours. Meanwhile the war rolled on, and Paris capitulated, and peace was declared. The spring passed, and Germany laughed in glee, and bleeding France roused herself to look with a haggard eye around her. What she saw we all know: desolation and mourning and woe. And summer glided by, and autumn came, and I did not write either to Adelaide or von Francius. I had a firm faith in him and absolute trust. I felt I was not forgotten. In less than a year after my return to England, Miss Hallam died. The day before her death she called me to her, and said words which moved me very much. "May, I am an eccentric old woman, and lest you should be in any doubt upon the subject of my feelings toward you, I wish to tell you that my life has been more satisfactory to me ever since I knew you." "That is much more praise than I deserve, Miss Hallam." "No, it isn't. I like both you and Stella. 3 months ago I made a codicil to my will, by which I endeavored to express that liking. It is nothing very brilliant, but I fancy it will suit the views of both of you." Utterly astonished, I stammered out some incoherent words. "There, don't thank me," said she. "If I were not sure that I shall die tomorrow or thereabouts, I should put my plan into execution at once, but I shall not be alive at the end of the week." Her words proved true. Grim, sardonic, and cynical to the last, She died quietly, gladly closing her eyes, which had so long been sightless. She was 65 years old, and had lived alone since she was 25. The codicil to her will, which she had spoken of with so much composure, left £300 to Stella and me. She wished a portion of it to be devoted to our instruction in music, vocal and instrumental, at any German conservatorium we might select. She preferred that of L. Reader's note, that is all that is written. Until we were of age, our parents or guardians saw to the dispensing of the money. After that, it was our own, half belonging to each of us. We might either unite our funds, or use them separately, as we choose. It need scarcely be said that we both chose that course which she indicated. Stella's joy was deep and intense. Mine had an unavoidable sorrow mingled with it. At the end of September 1801, we departed for Germany, and before going to L it was agreed that we should pay a visit at Elberthal to my friend Dr. Middendorf. It was a gusty September night, with wind dashing angrily about and showers of rain flying after the gale, on which I once again set foot in Elberthal, the place I had thought never more to see. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Freude trinken alle Wesen an den Brüsten der Natur, alle Guten, alle Bösen folgen ihrer Rosenspur. I felt a deep rapture in being once more in that land where my love, if he did not live, slept. But I forbear to dwell on that rapture, much as it influenced me. It waxes tedious when put into words, loses colour and flavour, like a pressed flower. I was at first bitterly disappointed to find that Stella and I were only to have a few days at Elberthal. Dr. Middendorf no longer lived there, but only had his official residence in the town, going every week-end to his country house, or Schloss, as he ambitiously called it, at Lahnburg, a 4 hours' railway journey from Elberthal. Frau Middendorf, who had been at Elberthal on a visit, was to take Stella and me with her to Lahnburg on the Tuesday morning after our arrival, which was on Friday evening. The good doctor's Schloss, an erection built, like the contrivances of the White Knight in Through the Looking-Glass, on a plan of his own invention, had been his pet hobby for years, and now that it was finished, he invited every invitable person to come and stay at it. It was not likely that he would excuse a person for whom he had so much regard, as he professed for me, from the honour, and I was fain to conceal the fact that I would much rather have remained in Elberthal, and make up my mind to endure as well as I could the prospect of being buried in the country with Frau Mittendorf and her children. It was Sunday afternoon. An equinoctial gale was raging, or rather had been raging, all day. It had rained incessantly, and the wind had howled. The skies were cloud-laden, the wind was furious, the Rhine was so swollen that the streets in the lower part of the town, sloping to the river, were under water, and the people going about in boats. But I was tired of the house. The heated rooms stifled me. I was weary of Frau Mittendorf's society, and thoroughly dissatisfied with my own. About 5 in the afternoon I went to the window and looked out. I perceived a strip of pale, watery blue through a rift in the storm-laden clouds, and I chose to see that and that only. Ignoring the wind-lashed trees of the Allee, the leaves, wet and sodden and sere, hurrying panic-stricken before the gale, ignoring, too, the low wail promising a coming hurricane, which sighed and soughed beneath the wind's shrill scream. There was a temporary calm, and I bethought myself that I would go to church, not to the Protestant church, attended by the English clique, heaven forbid, but to my favourite haunt, the Jesuitenkirchen. It was just the hour at which the service would be going on. I asked Stella in a low voice if she would not like to come. She declined, with a look of pity at me. So, notifying my intention to Frau Mittendorf, and mildly but firmly leaving the room before she could utter any remonstrance, I rushed upstairs, clothed myself in my winter mantle, threw a shawl over my arm, and set off. The air was raw but fresh, life-giving and invigorating. The smell of the stove, which clung to me still, was quickly dissipated by it. I wrapped my shawl around me, turned down a side street, and was soon in the heart of the old part of the town, where all Roman Catholic churches were, the quarter lying near the river, and wharves of bridge and boats. I liked to go to the Jesuitenkirchen, and, placing myself in the background, kneel as others knelt, and, without taking part in the service, think my own thoughts and pray my own prayers. Here none of the sheep looked wolfish at you, unless you kept to a particular pen, for the privilege of sitting in which you paid so many marks per quartal to a respectable functionary who came to collect them. Here the men came and knelt down, cap in hand, and the women seemed really to be praying, and aware of what they were praying for, not looking over their prayer books at each other's clothes. I entered the church. Within the building it was already almost dark. A reddish light burned in a great glittering censer, which swung gently to and fro in the chancel. There were many people in the church, kneeling in groups and rows, and all occupied with their prayers. I, too, knelt down, and presently, as the rest sat up, I sat up too. A sad-looking monk had ascended the pulpit, and was beginning to preach. His face was thin, hollow, and ascetic-looking. His eyes blazed bright from deep, sunken sockets. His cowl came almost up to his ears. I could dimly see the white cord round his waist as he began to preach, at first in a low and feeble voice which gradually waxed into power. He was in earnest, whether right or wrong, he was in earnest. I listened with the others to what he said. He preached the beauties of renunciation, and during his discourse quoted the very words which had so often haunted me. "Enthebren sollst du, sollst enthebren." His earnestness moved me deeply. His voice was musical, sweet. His accent made the German burr soft. He was half Italian. I had been at the instrumental concert the previous night for old occasion's sake, and they had played the 2 movements of Schubert's unfinished symphony, the B minor. The refrain in the last movement haunted me, a refrain of 7 cadences, which rises softly and falls, dies away, is carried softly from one instrument to another, wanders afar, returns again, sinks lower and lower, deeper and deeper, till at last the cello, if I mistake not, takes it up for the last time, and the melody dies a beautiful death, leaving you undecided whether to weep or smile, but penetrated through and through with its dreamy loveliness. This exquisite refrain lingered in my memory and echoed in my mind like a voice from some heavenly height, telling me to rest and be at peace, in time to the swinging of the censer, in harmony with the musical southern voice of that unknown brother somebody. By degrees I began to think that the censer did not sway so regularly, so like a measured pendulum as it had done, but was moving somewhat erratically, and borne upon the gale came a low, ominous murmur, which first mingled itself with the voice of the preacher, and then threatened to dominate it. Still the refrain of the symphony rang in my ears, and I was soothed to rest by the inimitable nepenthe of music. But the murmur, of which I had so long been, as it were, half conscious, swelled and drove other sounds and the thoughts of them from my mind. It grew to a deep, hollow roar, a very hurricane of a roar. The preacher's voice ceased, drowned. I think none of us were at first certain about what was happening. We only felt that something tremendous was going on. Then, with one mighty bang and blow of the tempest, The door by which I had entered the church was blown bodily in, and fell crashing upon the floor. And after the hurricane came rushing through the church with the howl of a triumphant demon, and hurried round the building, extinguishing every light, and turning a temple of God into Hades. Sounds there were, as of things flapping from the walls, as of wood falling, but all was in the pitchiest darkness, a very darkness which might be felt. Amid the roaring of the wind came disjointed, broken exclamations of terrified women and angry, impatient men.
Ach Gott, du meine Zeit! Du mein Götter! Oh je!
etc., rang all round, and hurrying people rushed past me, making confusion worse, confounded as they scrambled past to try to get out. I stood still, not from any bravery or presence of mind, but from utter annihilation of both qualities in the shock and surprise of it all. At last I began to try and grope my way toward the door. I found it. Some people, I heard and felt rather than saw, were standing about the battered-in door, and there was the sound of water hurrying past the doorway. The Rhine was rushing down the street.
"We must go to the other door, the west door,"
said someone among the people, and as the group moved, I moved too, beginning to wish myself well out of it. We reached the west door. It led into a small lane or Gasse, regarding the geography of which I was quite at sea, for I had only been in it once before. I stepped from the street into the lane, which was the very blackness of darkness, and seemed to be filled with the wind and a hurricane which one could almost distinguish and grasp. The roar of the wind and the surging of water were all around, and were deafening. I followed, as I thought, some voices which I heard, but scarcely knew where I was going, as the wind seemed to be blowing all ways at once, and there came to me an echo here and an echo there, misleading rather than guiding. In a few moments I felt my foot upon wood, and there was a loud creaking and rattling as of chains, a groaning, splitting, and great uproar going on, as well as a motion as if I were on board a ship. After making a few steps, I paused. It was utterly impossible that I could have got upon a boat, wildly impossible. I stood still, then went on a few steps, still the same extraordinary sounds, still such a creaking and groaning, still the rush, rush, and swish, swish of water, but not a human voice any more. Not a light to be seen, not a sign, for my hat, long since stripped from my head and launched into darkness and space, my hair lashed about me in all directions, my petticoats twisted round me like ropes. I was utterly and completely bewildered by the thunder and roar of all around. I no longer knew which way I had come, nor where to turn. I could not imagine where I was, and my only chance seemed to be to hold fast and firm to the railing against which the wind had unceremoniously banged me. The creaking grew louder, grew into a crash. There was a splitting of wood, a snapping of chains, a kind of whirl, and then I felt the wind blow upon me, first upon this side, then from that, and became conscious that the structure upon which I stood was moving, floating smoothly and rapidly upon water. In an instant, when it was too late, it all flashed upon my mind. I had wandered upon the Schiffbrücke, or bridge of boats, which crossed the Rhine from the foot of the market-place, and this same bridge had been broken by the strength of the water and wind, and upon a portion of it I was now floating down the river. With my usual wisdom, and the shrewd application of a wide experience so peculiar to yourself, as someone has since insulted me by saying, I instantly gave myself up as lost. The bridge would run into some other bridge, or dash into a steamer, or do something horrible, and I should be killed, and none would know of my fate. Or it would all break into little pieces, and I should have to cling to one of them, and should inevitably be drowned. In any case, my destruction was only a matter of time. How I loved my life then! How sweet and warm and full and fresh it seemed! How cold the river, and how undesirable a speedy release from the pomps and vanities of this wicked world! The wind was still howling horribly, chanting my funeral dirge. Like grim death, I held on to my railing, and longed, with a desperate longing, for one glimpse of light. I had believed myself alone upon my impromptu raft, or rather it had not occurred to me that there might be another than myself upon it. But at this instant, in a momentary lull of the wind, almost by my side, I heard a sound that I knew well, and had cause to remember. The tune of the wild march of the Lenore, set to the same words, sung by the same voice as of yore. My heart stood still for a moment, then leapt on again. Then a faint, sickly kind of dread overcame me. I thought I was going out of my mind, was wandering in some delusion which took the form of the dearest voice, and sounded with its sound in my ears. But no, the melody did not cease. As the beating of my heart settled somewhat down, I still heard it, not loud, but distinct. Then the tune ceased. The voice, there was no mistaking that, and I trembled with the joy that thrilled me as I heard it conned over the words, as if struck with their weird appropriateness to the scene, which was certainly marked. Und das Gesindel husch, 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 kam hinten nachgeprasselt, wie Wirbelwind am Hasselbusch, durch dürre Blatter rasselt. And Wirbelwind, the whirlwind, played a wild accompaniment to the words. It seemed to me that a long time passed, during which I could not speak, but could only stand with my hands clasped over my heart, trying to steady its tumultuous beating. I had not been wrong, thank the good God above. I had not been wrong when my heart sung for joy at being once more in this land. He was here. He was living. He was safe. Here were all my worst fears soothed, my intensest longings answered, without my having spoken. It was now first that I really knew how much I loved him, so much that I felt almost afraid of the strength of the passion. I knew not till now how it had grown, how fast and all-denominating it had become. A sob broke from my lips, and his voice was silenced. "Herr Courvoisier," I stammered. "Who spoke?" he asked in a clear voice. "It is you," I murmured. "May?" he uttered, and paused abruptly. A hand touched mine, warm, firm, strong, his very hand. In its lightest touch there seemed safety, shelter, comfort. "Oh, how glad I am! How glad I am!" I sobbed. He murmured, "Sonderbar," as if arguing with himself, and I held his hand fast. "Don't leave me. Stay here, I implore." "I suppose there is not much choice about that for either of us," said he, and he laughed. I did not remember to wonder how he came there. I only knew that he was there. That tempest, which will not soon be forgotten in Elberthal, subsided almost as rapidly as it had arisen. The winds lulled, as if a wizard had bidden them be still. The gale hurried on to devastate fresh fields and pastures new. There was a sudden reaction of stillness, and I began to see in the darkness the outlines of a figure beside me. I looked up. There was no longer that hideous, driving black mist, like chaos embodied between me and heaven. The sky, though dark, was clear. Some stars were gleaming coldly down upon the havoc which had taken place since they last viewed the scene. Seeing the heavens so calm and serene, a sudden feeling of shyness and terror overtook me. I tried to withdraw my hand from that of my companion, and to remove myself a little from him. He held my hand fast. "You are exhausted with standing," said he. "Sit down upon this ledge." "If you will too." "Oh, of course.
I think our voyage will be a long one, and
"Speak in German," said I. "Let me hear you speaking it again."
I have no mind to stand all the time," he concluded in his own tongue.
"Is there no one else here but ourselves?"
"No one."
I had seated myself, and he had placed himself beside me. I was in no laughing mood, or I might have found something ludicrous in our situation. "I wonder where we are now," I half whispered, as the bridge was still hurried ceaselessly down the dark and rushing river. I dared not allude to anything else. I felt my heart was too full. I felt too utterly uncertain of him. There was sadness in his voice. I, who knew its every cadence, could hear that.
"I think we are about passing Kaiserwood," said he. "I wonder where we shall land at last."
"Do you think we shall go very far?"
"Perhaps we may. It is only record that the Elberthal boat bridge, part of it, I mean, once turned up at Rotterdam. It may happen again. Warum nicht?"
"How long does that take?"
12 or 14 hours, I dare say."
I was silent.
"I'm sorry for you,"
he said, in the gentlest of voices, as he wrapped my shawl more closely around me.
"And you are cold, too, shivering. My coat must do duty again."
"No, no!" cried I. "Keep it! I won't have it."
"Yes, you will, because you can't help it if I make you," he answered, as he wrapped it round me.
"Well, please take part of it. At least wrap half of it round you," I implored, "or I shall be miserable."
"Pray don't. No, keep it. It is not like charity. It has not room for many sins at once."
"Do you mean you or me?" I could not help asking.
"Are we not all sinners?"
I knew it would be futile to resist, but I was not happy in the new arrangement, and I touched his coat sleeve timidly. "You have quite a thin coat," I remonstrated, "and I have a winter dress, a thick jacket, and a shawl."
"And my coat, und doch bist du. Oh, pardon. And you are shivering in spite of it,"
said he, conclusively. "It is an awful storm, is it not?" I suggested next.
"Was an awful storm, nicht wahr? Yes, and how very strange that you and I, of all people, should have met here, of all places. How did you get here?"
"I had been to church."
"So? I had not."
"How did you come here?" I ventured to ask.
"Yes, you may well ask, but first, you have been in England, have you not?"
"Yes, and I am going back again."
"Well, I came here yesterday from Berlin, when the war was over."
"Ah, you were in the war!"
I gasped. "Natürlich, mein Fräulein. Where else should I have been?"
"And you fought?"
"Also, natürlich."
"Well, did you fight at Sedan?"
"At Sedan, yes."
"Oh, my God!" I whispered to myself. "And were you wounded?" I added aloud.
"A mere trifle. Friedhelm and I had luck to march side by side. I learned to know in spirit and in letter the meaning of 'Ich hatt einen guten Kameraden.'"
"You were wounded," I repeated, unheeding all that descriptiveness. "Where? How? Were you in the hospital?"
"Yes. Oh, it is nothing. Since then I have been learning my true place in the world. For you see, unluckily I was not killed."
"Thank God! Thank God! How I have wondered! How I have thought! Well, how did you come here?"
"I coveted a place in one of those graves and could not have it," said he, bitterly. "It was a little thing to be denied, but fallen men must do without much. I saw boys falling around me, whose mothers and sisters are mourning for them yet."
"Oh, don't!"
"Well, Friedhelm and I are working in Berlin. We shall not stay there long. We are wanderers now. There is no room for us. I have a short holiday, and I came to spend it at Elberthal. This evening I set out, intending to hear the opera, Der Fliegende Holländer. Very appropriate, wasn't it?
"Very."
But the storm burst over the theater just as the performance was about to begin, and removed part of the roof, upon which one of the company came before the curtain and dismissed us with his blessing and the announcement that no play would be played to-night. Thus I was deprived of the ungodly pleasure of watching my old companions wrestle with Wagner's stormy music, while I looked on like a gentleman.
"But when you came out of the theater?"
When I came out of the theater, the storm was so magnificent, and was telling me so much, that I resolved to come down to its center point, and see Vater Rhine in one of his greatest furies. I strayed upon the bridge of boats, forgot where I was, listened only to the storm. I knew what was happening. I was adrift, and the tempest howling round me, and you, fresh from your devotions, to lull it.
"Are you going to stay long in Elberthal?"
It seems I may not. I am driven away by storms and tempests.
"And me with you," thought I. "Perhaps there is some meaning in this. Perhaps fate means us to breast other storms together. If so, I am ready. Anything, so it be with you."
"There is the moon," said he. "How brilliant is she not?"
I looked up into the sky, wherein she had indeed appeared, like a dying lady, leaning and pale, shining cold and drear, but very clearly upon the swollen waters, showing us dim outlines of half submerged trees, cottages, and hedges, showing us that we were in mid-stream, and that other pieces of wreck were floating down the river with us, hurrying rapidly with the current, showing me, too, in a ghostly whiteness, the face of my companion turned toward me, and his elbow rested on his knee, and his chin in his hand, and his loose dark hair was blown back from his broad forehead. His strange, deep eyes were resting upon my face, calmly, openly. Under that gaze my heart fell. In former days there had been in his face something not unakin to this stormy, free night. But now it was changed. How changed? A year had wrought a terrible alteration. I knew not his past, but I did know that he had long been struggling, and a dread fear seized me that the struggle was growing too hard for him. His spirit was breaking. It was not only that the shadows were broader, deeper, more permanently sealed. There was a down look, a hardness and bitterness which inspired me both with pity and fear.
"Your fate is a perverse one,"
he remarked, as I did not speak.
"So?
Why?"
"It throws you so provokingly into society which must be so unpleasant to you."
"Whose society?"
"Mine, naturally."
"You are much mistaken," said I composedly.
"It is kind of you to say so. For your sake, I wish it had been any one but myself who had been thus thrown together with you. I promise faithfully that as soon as ever we can land, I will only wait to see you safely into a train, and then I will leave you and—"
He was suddenly silenced. I had composed my face to an expression of indifference as stony as I knew how to assume, and with my hands folded in my lap, had steeled myself to look into his face and listen to him. I could find nothing but a kind of careless mockery in his face, a hard half smile upon his lips as he went on saying the hard things which cut home and left me quivering, and which he had yet uttered as if they had been the most harmless pleasantries or the merest whispered cream compliments. It was at this moment that the wind, rising again in a brief spasm, blew a tress of my loosened hair across his face. How it changed! Flushed, crimson, his lips parted, a strange sudden light came into his eyes. "I beg your pardon," said I hastily, starting from my assumed composure, as I raised my hand to push my hair back. But he had gathered the tress together. His hand lingered for one moment, a scarcely perceptible moment upon it. Then he laid it gently down upon my shoulder.
"Then I will leave you,"
he went on, reassuming the old manner, but with evident effort.
"and not interfere with you any more."
What was I to think? What to believe? I thought to myself that had he been my lover, and I had intercepted such a glance of his to another woman, my peace of mind had been gone for evermore. But on the other hand, every cool word he said gave the lie to his looks, or did his looks give the lie to his words? Oh, that I could solve the problem once for all, and have done with it forever!
"And you, Miss Wedderburn, have you deserted Germany?"
I have been obliged to live in England, if that is what you mean. I am living in Germany at present.
"And art, the Kunst, that is cruel."
You are amusing yourself at my expense, as you have always delighted in doing," said I sharply, cut to the quick.
"Aber, Fräulein May, what do you mean?"
"From the very first," I repeated, the pain I felt giving a keenness to my reproaches. "Did you not deceive me, and draw me out for your amusement that day when we met at Cologne? You found out then, I suppose, what a stupid, silly creature I was, and you have repeated the process now and then since, much to your own edification and that of Herr Helfen, I do not doubt. Whether it was just or honorable or kind is a secondary consideration. Stupid people are only invented for the amusement of those who are not stupid."
"How dare you talk in that manner?"
said he emphatically, laying his hand upon my shoulder, and somehow compelling my gaze to meet his.
"But I know why. I read the answer in those eyes which dare everything, and yet—"
Not quite everything, thought I uncomfortably, as the sad eyes sunk beneath his look.
"Fräulein May, will you have the patience to listen while I tell you a little story?"
"Oh, yes," I responded readily, as I hailed the prospect of learning something more about him.
"It is now nearly 5 years since I first came to Elberthal. I had never been in the town before. I came with my boy, may God bless him and keep him, who was then 2 years old, and whose mother was dead, for my wife died early."
A pause, during which I did not speak. It was something so wonderful to me that he should speak to me of his wife.
"She was young and very beautiful," said he. "You will forgive my introducing the subject."
"Oh, Herr Courvoisier!"
"And I had wronged her. I came to Friedhelm Helfen, or rather was sent to him, and, as it happened, found such a friend as is not granted to one man in 1,000. When I came here I was smarting under the vicious griefs. About the worst was that I had recklessly destroyed my own prospects. I had a good career, a fair future open to me. I had cut short that career, annihilated that future, or any future worth speaking of, well, something had happened which divided me utterly and uncompromisingly and forever from the friends and the sphere and the respect and affection of those who had been parents and brother and sister to me. Then I knew that their good opinion, their love, was my law and my highest desire, and it was not their fault, it was mine, my very own. The more I look back upon it all, the more I see that I was myself to thank for it. But the reflection, as you may suppose, does not add to the delights of a man's position, when he is humbled to the dust as I was then. Biting the dust, you have that phrase in English. Well, I have been biting the dust, yes, eating it, living upon it, and deservedly so for 5 years, but nothing ever can, nothing ever will, make it taste anything but dry, bitter, nauseating to the last degree.
"Go on," said I breathlessly.
"How kind you are to listen to the dull tale. Well, I had my boy Sigmund, and there were times when the mere fact that he was mine made me forget everything else, and thank my fate for the simple fact that I lived and was his father. His father! He was a part of myself. He could divine my every thought. But at other times, generally, indeed, I was sick of life. That life. Don't suppose that I'm one of those high-flown idiots who would make out that no life is worth living. I knew and felt to my soul that the life from which I had locked myself out, and then dropped the key, as it were, here in midstream, was a glorious life, worth living 10 times over. There was the sting of it. For 3 years I lived thus, and learned a great deal, learned what men in that position are, learned to respect, admire, and love some of them, learned to understand that man, der Mensch, is the same and equally to be honored everywhere. Also tried to grow accustomed to the thought which grew every day more certain to me, that I must live on so for the future, to plan my life and shape out a certain kind of repentance for sins past. I decided that the only form my atonement could take was that of self-effacement.
That is why you never would take the lead in anything.
Exactly. I am naturally fond of leading. I love beyond everything to lead those who I know like me, and like following me. When I was Haupt in man, I knew that all that bygone mischief had arisen from doing what I liked, so I dropped doing what I liked and began to do what I disliked. By the time I had begun to get a little into training, 3 years had passed. These things are not accomplished in a day, and the effects of 27 years of selfishness are not killed soon. I was killing them and becoming a machine in the process. One year the Lower Rhinish Music Fest was to be held at Cologne. Long before it came off, the Cologne orchestra had sent to us for contingents, and we had begun to attend some of the Proben regularly, once or twice a week. One day Friedhelm and I had been at the Probe. The Tower of Babel and the Lenore Symphony were among the things we had practiced. Both of them, the Lenore particularly, had got into my head. I broke loose for one day from routine, from drudgery and harness. It was a mistake. Friedhelm went off, shrugging his dear old shoulders, and I at least turned up, mooning at the Cologne Bahnhof. Well, you know the rest. Nay, do not turn so angrily away. Try to forgive a fallen man. One little indiscretion. When I saw you, I cannot tell what feeling stole warm and invigorating into my heart. It was something quite new, something I had never felt before. It was so sweet that I could not part with it. Fräulein May, I have lived that afternoon over again many and many a time. Have you ever given a thought to it?
Yes, I have, said I dryly.
My conduct after that rose half from pride wounded. Pride, I mean, for when you cut me. It did cut me, I own it. Partly it arose from a worthier feeling, the feeling that I could not see very much of you, or learn to know you at all well, without falling very deeply in love with you. You hide your face, you are angry at that.
Stop! Did you never, throughout all this, give a thought to the possibility that I might fall in love with you?
I did not look at him, but he said after a pause, I had the feeling that if I tried, I could win your love. I never was such a presumptuous fool as to suppose that you would love me, unasked, or even with much asking on my part. Bewahre.
I was silent, still concealing my face. He went on.
Besides, I knew you were an English lady. I asked myself what was the right thing to do, and I decided that though you would consider me an ill-mannered, churlish clown, I would refuse those gracious, charming advances which you in your charity made. Our paths in life were destined to be utterly apart and divided. And what could it matter to you, the behavior of an insignificant fiddler? You would forget him just when he deserved to be forgotten, that is, instantly. Time went on. You lived near us. Changes took place. Those who had a right to arbitrate for me, since I had by my own deed deprived myself of that right, wrote and demanded my son. I had shown myself incapable of managing my own affairs. Was it likely that I could arrange his? Then he was better away from such a black sheep. It is true. The black sheep gave up the white lambing into the care of a legitimate shepherd, who carried it off to a correct and appropriate fold. Then life was empty indeed, for, strange though it may seem, even black sheep have feelings. Ridiculously out of place they are, too.
"Oh, don't speak so hardly," said I, tremulously, laying my hand for an instant upon his. His face was turned towards me. His mind was severe, but serene. He spoke as of some far past, distant dream.
Then it was in looking round my darkened horizon for Sigmund, I found that it was not empty. You rose trembling upon it, like a star of light, and how beautiful a star! But there, do not turn away. I will not shock you by expatiating upon it. Enough that I found what I had more than once suspected, that I loved you. Once or twice I nearly made a fool of myself that carnival Monday, you remember. Luckily Friedhelm and Karl came in, but in my saner moments I worshipped you as a noble, distant, good part of the beautiful life which I had gambled with and lost. Be easy. I never for one instant aspired to you, never thought of possessing you. I was not quite mad. I am only telling you this to explain and
you renounced me?" said I in a low voice.
I renounced you.
I removed my hand from my eyes and looked at him. His eyes, dry and calm, rested upon my face. His countenance was pale, his mouth set with a grave, steady sweetness. Light rushed in upon my mind, in a radiant flood, light and knowledge. I knew what was right. An unerring finger pointed it to me. I looked deep, deep into his sad eyes, read his inmost soul, and found it pure. "They say you have committed a crime," said I.
"And I have not denied it, cannot deny it," he answered, as if waiting for something further.
"You need not," said I. "It is all one to me. I want to hear no more about that. I want to know if your heart is mine." The wind wuthered wearily, the water rushed. Strange, inarticulate sounds of the night came fitfully across ear and sense as he answered me.
"Yours and my honest. What then?"
"This," I answered, stooping, sweeping the loose hair from that broad, sad forehead, and pressing my lips upon it. "This. Accept the gift or reject it. As your heart is mine, so mine is yours, for ever and ever." A momentary silence as I raised myself, trembling, and stood aside, and the water rushed, and the storm birds on untiring wing beat the sky and croaked for the gale. Then he drew me to him, folded me to his breast without speaking, and gave me a long, tender, yearning kiss with unspeakable love, little passion in it, fit seal of love that was deeper and sadder than it was triumphant.
"Let me have a few moments of this," said he. "Just a few moments, May. Let me believe that I may hold you to your noble, pitying words. Then I shall be my own master again."
Ignoring this hint, I laid my hands upon his arm, and, eyeing him steadily, went on. "But understand, the man I love must not be my servant. If you want to keep me, you must be the master. I brook no feeble curb, no weak hand can hold me. You must rule, or I shall rebel. You must show the way, for I don't know it. I don't know whether you understand what you have undertaken."
"My dear, you are excited. Your generosity carries you away, and your divine womanly pity and kindness. You speak without thinking. You will repent to-morrow."
"That is not kind, nor worthy of you," said I. "I have thought about it for 16 months, and the end of my thought has always been the same. I love Eugen Courvoisier, and if he had loved me, I should have been a happy woman. And if, though I thought it too good to be true, if he ever should tell me so, nothing in this world shall make me spoil our 2 lives by cowardice. I will hold to him against the whole world."
"It is impossible, May," he said quietly, after a pause. "I wish you had never seen me."
"It is only impossible if you make it so."
"My sin found me out even here in this quiet place where I knew no one. It will find me out again. If ever you were married to me, would be pointed out as the wife of a man who had disgraced his honor in the blackest, foulest way. I must and will live it out alone."
"You shall not live it out alone," I said. The idea that I could not stand by him, the fact that he was not prosperous, not stainless before the world, that mine would be no ordinary, flourishing, meaningless marriage, in which for better for worse signifies nothing but better, no worse, all this poured strength on strength into my heart, and seemed to warm it and do it good.
"I will tell you your duty," said he. "Your duty is to go home and forget me. In due time someone else will find the loveliest and dearest being in the world."
"Eugen, Eugen!" I cried, stabbed to the quick. "How can you? You cannot love me, or you could not coldly turn me over to some other man, some abstraction."
"Perhaps if he were not an abstraction I might not be able to do it," he said, suddenly clasping me to him with a jealous movement. "No, I am sure I should not be able to do it. Nevertheless, while he yet is an abstraction, and because of that, I say leave me."
"Eugen, I do not love lightly," I began with forced calm. "I do not love twice. My love for you is not a mere fantasy. I fought against it with all my strength. It mastered me in spite of myself. Now I cannot tear it away. If you send me away, it will be barbarous. Away to be alone, to England again, when I love you with my whole soul. No one but a man, no one but you could have said such a thing. If you do," terror at the prospect overcoming me, "if you do, I shall die. I shall die."
I could command myself no longer, but sobbed aloud.
"You will have to answer for it," I repeated. "But you will not send me away."
"What in heaven's name makes you love me so?" he asked as he looked in wonder.
"I do not know. I cannot imagine," said I with happy politeness. "It is no fault of mine." I took his hand in mine. "Eugen, look at me." His eyes met mine. They brightened as he looked at me. "That crime of which you were accused, you did not do it." Silence. "Look at me and say that you did," I continued.
Silence still.
"Friedhelm Helfen always said you had not done it. He was more loyal than I," said I contritely. "But," I added jealously, "he did not love you better than I, for I loved you all the same, even though I almost believed you had done it." "Well, that is an easy secret to keep, because it is to your credit."
"That is just what makes it hard. If it were true, one would be anxious rather than not to conceal it. But as it is not true, don't you see? Whenever you see me suspected, it will be the impulse of your loyal, impetuous heart to silence the offender and tell him he lies."
In my haste I had not seen this aspect of the question. It was quite a new idea to me, Yes, I began to see in true proportions the kind of suffering he had suffered, the kind of trials he had gone through, and my breath failed at the idea. When they pointed at him, I must not say, "It is a lie! He is as honest as you." It was a solemn prospect. It overpowered me.
"You quail after that,"
said he gently, after a pause. "No, I realize it. I do not quail before it," said I firmly. "But," I added, looking at him with a new element in my glance, that of awe, "do you mean that for 5 years you have effaced yourself thus, knowing all the while that you were not guilty?"
"It was a matter of the clearest duty and honor," he replied, flushing and looking somewhat embarrassed.
"Of duty?" I cried, strangely moved. "If you did not do it, who did? Why are you silent?" Our eyes met. I shall never forget that glance. It had the concentrated patience, love, and pride and loyalty of all the years of suffering past and to come.
"May, that is the test for you. That is what I shrink from exposing you to, what I know it is wrong to expose you to. I cannot tell you. No one knows but I, and I shall never tell anyone. Not even you, if you become my other self and soul and thought. Now you know all."
He was silent. "So that is the truth," said I. "Thank you for telling it to me. I always thought you were a hero. Now I am sure of it. Oh, Eugen, how I do love you for this! And you need not be afraid. I have been learning to keep secrets lately. I shall help, not hinder this. Eugen, we shall live it down together." At last we understood each other. At last our hands clasped and our lips met upon the perfect union of feeling and purpose for all our future lives. All was clear between us, bright, calm, and I, at least, was supremely happy. How little my past looked now! How petty and insignificant all my former hopes and fears! Dawn was breaking over the river. Wild and storm-beaten was the scene on which we looked. A huge waste of swollen waters around us, divested villages, great piles of wreck on all sides, a watery sun casting pallid beams upon the swollen river. We were sailing Hollandward upon a fragment of the bridge, and in the distance were the spires and towers of a town gleaming in the sickly sun rays. I stood up and gazed toward the town, and he stood by my side, his arm round my waist. My chief wish was that our sail could go on forever. "Do you know what is ringing in my ears and will not leave my mind?" I asked.
"Indeed, no. You are a riddle and a mystery to me."
I hummed the splendid air from the choral symphony, the motif of the music to the choruses to "Joy," which follow.
"Ah!" said he, taking up his deep, solemn gladness. "You are right, May, quite right. There is a joy, if it be beyond the starry belt."
"I wonder what that town is," I said after a pause.
"I am not sure, but I fancy it is Emmerich. I'm sure I hope so."
Whatever the town, we were floating straight toward it. I suddenly thought of my dream long ago, and told it to him, adding, "I think this must have been the floating wreck to which you and I seemed clinging, though I thought that all of the dream that was going to be fulfilled had already come to pass on that carnival Monday afternoon." The boat had got into one of the twisting currents, and was being propelled directly toward the town. Eugen looked at me and laughed. I asked why.
"What? For a lark, as they say in your country."
"You are quite mistaken. I never heard such an expression. But what is such a lark?"
"We have no hats. We want something to eat. We must have tickets to get back to Elberthal, and I have just 2 thalers in my pocket. Oh, and a 2-pfennig piece. I left my little all behind me."
"Hurrah! At last you'll be compelled to take back that 3 thalers 10." We both laughed at this jeu de prix, as if it had been something exquisitely witty, and I forgot my dishevelled condition in watching the sunrise over the broad river, in feeling our noiseless progress over it, and above all, in the divine sense of oneness and harmony with him at my side, a feeling which I can hardly describe, utterly without the passionate fitfulness of the orthodox lover's rapture, but as if for a long time I had been waiting for some quality to make me complete, and had quietly waked to find it there, and the world understandable, life's riddle read. Eugen's caresses were few, his words of endearment quiet, but I knew what they stood for: a love rooted in feelings deeper than those of sense, holier than mere earthly love, feelings which had taken root in adversity, had grown in darkness, and made a sunshine in a shady place, feelings which in him had their full and noble growth and beauty of development, but which it seems to be the aim of the fashionable education of this period, as much as possible, to do away with: the feeling of chivalry, delicacy, reticence, manliness, modesty. As we drew nearer the town, he said to me, "In a few hours we shall have to part, May, for a time. While we are here alone, and you are uninfluenced, let me ask you something. This love of yours for me, what will it carry you through?" "Anything, now that I am sure of yours for me."
"In short, you are firmly decided to be my wife sometime?"
"When you tell me you are ready for me," said I, putting my hand in his.
"And if I find it best to leave my fatherland and begin life quite anew?"
"Thy God is my God, and thy people are my people, Eugen."
"One other thing. How do you know that you can marry? Your friends—"
"I am 20 years old. In a year I can do as I like," said I composedly. "Surely we can stand firm and faithful for a year." He smiled, and it was a new smile, sweet, hopeful, if not merry. For this silent expression of determination and trust we settled the matter. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 37. What's failure or success to me? I have subdued my life to the one purpose. Eugen sent a telegram from Emirates to Frau Mittendorf to reassure her of my safety. At 4 in the afternoon we left that town, refreshed and rehatted, to reach Elberthal at 6. I told Eugen that we were going away the next day to stay a short time at a place called Lahnburg. He started and looked at me.
"Lahnburg, When you are there— Nein, you are going to Lahnburg?"
"Yes, why not?"
"You will know why I ask, if you go to Schloss Rothenfels."
"Why?"
"I say no more, dear May. I will leave you to form your own conclusions. I have seen that this fair head could think wisely and well under trying circumstances enough. I am rather glad that you are going to Lahnburg."
"The question is, will you still be at Elberthal when I return?"
"I cannot say. We had better exchange addresses. I am at Frau Schmidt's again, my old quarters. I do not know when or how we shall meet again. I must see Friedhelm, and you, when you tell your friends, you will probably be separated at once and completely from me."
"Well, a year is not much out of our lives. How old are you, Eugen?"
32. And you?
20 and 2 months. Then you are 12 years older than I. You were a schoolboy when I was born. What were you like?"
"A regular little brute, I should suppose, as they all are."
"When we are married said I. "Perhaps I may go on with my singing and earn some more money by it. My voice will be worth something to me then."
"I thought you had given up art."
"Perhaps I shall see Adelaide," I added. "Or rather, I will see her." I looked at him rather inquiringly. To my relief, he said,
"Have you not seen her since her marriage?"
"No. Have you?"
"She was my angel nurse when I was lying in hospital. Did you not know that she has the Iron Cross? And no one ever won it more nobly."
"Adelaide, your nurse! The Iron Cross!" I ejaculated. "Then you have seen her?"
"Seen her shadow, to bless it."
"Do you know where she is now?"
"With her husband. She told me that you were in England, and she gave me this."
He handed me a yellow, much worn folded paper, which, on opening, I discovered to be my own letter to Adelaide, written during the war, and which had received so curt an answer.
"I begged very hard for it,"
said he,
"and only got it with difficulty, but I represented that she might get more of them, whereas I—"
He stopped for two reasons. I was weeping as I returned it to him, and the train rolled into the Elberthal station. On my way to Dr. Mittendorf's I made up my mind what to do. I should not speak to Stella, nor to any one else, of what had happened, but I should write very soon to my parents and tell them the truth. I hoped they would not refuse their consent, but I feared they would. I should certainly not attempt to disobey them while their authority legally bound me, but as soon as I was my own mistress I should act upon my own judgment. I felt no fear of anything. The one fear of my life, the loss of Eugen, had been removed, and all others dwindled to nothing. My happiness, I am and was well aware, was quite set upon things below. If I lost Eugen, I lost everything, for I, like him, and like all those who have been and are dearest to both of us, was a child of the world. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 38.
Oftmals habe ich geirrt und habe mich wiedergefunden, aber glückliche nie.
It was beginning to be dusk when we alighted the next day at Lahnburg, a small wayside station, where the doctor's brand-new carriage met us, and, after we had been bidden welcome, whirled us off to the doctor's brand-new Schloss, full of brand-new furniture. I skip it all, the renewed greetings, the hospitality, the noise. They were very kind. It was all right to me, and I enjoyed it immensely. I was in a state of mind in which I really believe I should have enjoyed eating a plate of porridge for supper, or a dish of sauerkraut for dinner. The subject for complacency and contemplation in Frau Mittendorf's life was her intimacy with the von Rothenfels family, whose great dark old Schloss, or rather a portion of it, looked grimly over its woods. She pointed out to me from the windows of her salon. I looked somewhat curiously at it, chiefly because Eugen had mentioned it, and also because it was such a stern, imposing old pile. It was built of red stone and stood upon red stone foundations. Red were the rocks of this country, and hence its name, Rothenfels, the Red Rocks. Woods also dark, but now ablaze with the last fairy autumn tints. Billowed beneath it on the other side, said Frau Mittendorf, was a great plateau covered with large trees, intersected by long straight avenues. She would take us to look at it. The Gräfin von Rothenfels was a great friend of hers. She was entertaining us with stories to prove the great regard and respect of the Countess for her, Frau Mittendorf, on the morning after our arrival, while I was longing to go out and stroll along some of those pleasant, breezy upland roads, or explore the sleepy, quaint old town below. Upon her narrative came an interruption. A servant threw open the door very wide, announcing the Gräfin von Rothenfels. Frau Mittendorf rose in a tumultuous hurry and fluttered to greet her noble guest, and then introduced us to her. A tall, melancholy, meagre-looking woman, far past youth, on the very confines of middle age, with iron grey hair banded across a stern, much-lined brow, colourless features of a strong, large, not unhandsome type, from which all liveliness and vivacity had long since fled. A stern mouth, steady, lustreless, severe eyes, a dignity, yes, even a majesty of mind which she did not attempt to soften into graciousness. Black trailing draperies, a haughty pride of movement. Such was the first impression made upon me by Hildegarde, Countess of Rothenfels, a forbidding if grand figure, aristocrat in every line, utterly alien and apart, I thought, from me and every feeling of mine. But on looking again, the human element was found in the deeply planted sadness which no reserved pride could conceal. Sad the eyes, sad the mouth. She was all sad together, and not without reason, as I afterwards learnt. She was a rigid Roman Catholic, and at 16 had been married for les convenances to her cousin, Count Bruno von Rothenfels, a man a good deal older than herself, though not preposterously so, and whose ample possessions and old name gave social position of the highest kind. But he was a Protestant by education, a thinker by nature, a rationalist by conviction. That was one bitter grief. Another was her childlessness. She had been married 24 years. No child had sprung from the union. This was a continual grief which embittered her whole existence. Since then I have seen a portrait of her at 20, a splendid brunette, with high spirit and resolute will, and noble beauty in every line. Ah me, what wretches we become! Sadness and bitterness, proud aloofness, and a yearning wistfulness were subtly mingled in the demeanor of Gräfin von Rothenfels. She bowed to us as Frau Mittendorf introduced us. She did not bestow a second glance upon Stella, but bent a long look, a second, a third scrutinizing gaze upon me. I am not ashamed to own it, quivered somewhat under the searching glance. She impressed and fascinated me. She seated herself, and, slightly apologizing to us for intruding domestic affairs, began to speak with Frau Mittendorf of some case of village distress, in which they were both interested. Then she turned again to us, speaking in excellent English, and asked us whether we were staying there, after which she invited us to dine at her house the following day with Frau Mittendorf. After the invitation had been accepted with sufficient reverence by that lady, the Countess rose as if to go, and turning again to me with still that pensive, half wistful, half mistrustful gaze, she said, "I have my carriage here. Would you like to come with me to see our woods and house? They are sometimes interesting to strangers." "Oh, very much," said I eagerly.
"Then come," said she. "I will see that you are escorted back when you are tired. It is arranged that you remain until you feel gêné, nicht wahr?"
"Oh, thank you," said I again, hastening to make myself ready, and parenthetically hoping, as I ran upstairs, that Frau Mittendorf's eyes might not start quite out of her head with pride at the honor conferred upon her house and visitors. Very soon I was seated beside the Gräfin, in the dark green clarence, with the grand coachman and the lady's own Jäger beside him. We were driving along a white road, with a wild kind of country spreading round, moorland stretches, and rich deep woods. Up and down, for the way was not even, till we entered a kind of park, and to the right, high above, I saw the great red pile with its little pointed towers, crowned with things like extinguishers ending in a lightning rod, and which seemed to spring from all parts of the heavy mass of the main building. That, then, was Schloss Rothenfels. It looked the very image of an aristocratic, ancient Fürsterburg, grim and grand. It brooded over us like a frown, and dominated the landscape for miles around. I was deeply impressed. Such a place had always been like a dream to me. There was something so imposingly conservative about it. It looked as if it had weathered so many storms, defying such paltry forces as wind and weather, and would through so many more, quite untouched by the roar of life and progress outside. A fit and firm keeping place for old shields, for weapons honourably hacked and dinted, for art, treasures, and for proud beauties. As we gained the height, I perceived the huge scale on which the Schloss was constructed. It was a little town in itself. I saw, too, that plateau on the other side of which I had heard. Later I explored it. It was a natural kind of plain, a kind of table-land, and was laid out in what have always, since I was a child, impressed me more than any other kind of surroundings to a house, mile-long avenues of great trees, stretching perfectly straight, like lines of marching troops in every direction. Long melancholy alleys and avenues, with huge moss-grown stone figures and groups, guarding the terraces or keeping fantastic watch over the stone tanks, on whose surfaces floated the lazy water-lilies, great moss-grown gods and goddesses, and strange hybrid beasts, and fauns and satyrs, and also silent and forlorn, with the lush grass and heavy fern growing rank and thick under the stately trees. To right they stretched, and to left, and straight away westward was one long, wide, vast, deserted avenue, at the end of which was an opening, and in the opening a huge stone myth or figure of a runner, who, in the act of racing, receives an arrow in his heart, and with arms madly tossed in the air, staggers. Behind this terrible figure the sun used to set, flaming or mild, or sullen, and the vast arms of it were outlined against the gorgeous sky, or in the half-dark it glimmered like a ghost and seemed to move. It had been there so long that no one could remember the legend of it. It was a grim shape. Scattered here and there were quaint wildernesses and pleasaunces, clipped yews and oddly trained shrubs and flowers, trying to make a diversion, but ever dominated by the huge woods, the straight avenues, the mathematical melancholy on an immense scale. The Frau Gräfin glanced at me once or twice, as my head turned this way and that, and my eyes could not take in the strange scene quickly enough. But she said nothing, nor did her severe face relax into any smile. We stopped under a huge porte-cochère, in which more servants were standing about. "Come with me," said the lady to me. "First I will take you to my rooms, and then, when you have rested a little, you can do what you like." Pleased at the prospect, I followed her through a hall which, without any joking, was baronial, through a corridor into a room through which she passed, observing to me, "This is the Rittersaal, one of the oldest rooms in the house." The Rittersaal, a real hereditary hall of knights, where a Zangerkrieg might have taken place, where Tannhauser and others might have contended before Elizabeth. A polished parquet, a huge hearth on which burned a large, bright wood fire, whose flames sparkled upon suits of mail in dozens, crossed swords and lances, over which hung tattered banners and bannerets, shields and lances, portraits with each a pair of spurs beneath it. The men were all knights of that line. Dark and grave chiefly were these lords of the line of Sturm. In the centre of the hall a great trophy of arms and armor, all of which had been used, and used to purpose. The only drapery, the banners over these lances and portraits. The room delighted me while it made me feel small, very small. The Countess turned at a door at the other end and looked back upon me, where I stood gasping in the doorway by which we had entered. She was one of the house. This had nothing overpowering for her, if it did give some of the pride to her mine. I hurried after her apologetically for my tardiness. She waved the words back, and led me to a smaller room, which appeared to be her private sitting-room. Here she asked me to lay aside my things, adding that she hoped I should spend the day at the Schloss. "If you find it not too intolerably stupid," she added. "It is a dull place. I said that it seemed to me like something out of a fairy tale, and that I longed to see more of it, if I might.
Assuredly you shall. There may be some few things which you may like to see. I forget that everyone is not like myself, tired. Are you musical?
Very, said I emphatically.
Then you will be interested in the music rooms here. How old are you?
I told her. She bowed gravely.
You are young, and I suppose happy, she remarked.
Yes, I am very happy, perfectly, said I, smiling, because I could not help it.
When I saw you, I was so struck with that look, said she. I thought I had never seen anyone look so radiantly, transcendently happy. I so seldom see it, and never feel it, and I wished to see more of you. I am very glad you are so happy, very glad. Now, I will not keep you talking to me. I will send for Herr Nerath, who shall be your guide.
She rang the bell. I was silent, although I longed to say that I could talk to her for a day without thinking of weariness, which indeed was true. She impressed and fascinated me.
"Send Herr Nerath here,"
said she, and presently there came into the room a young man in the garb of what is called in Germany a candidate, that is to say, an embryo pastor or parish priest. He bowed very deeply to the Countess, and did not speak or advance much beyond the door. Having introduced us, she desired him to act as cicerone to me until I was tired. He bowed, and I did not dispute the mandate, although I would rather have remained with her and got to know something of the nature that lay behind those grey, passionless features, than turn to the society of that smug-looking young gentleman who waited so respectfully, like a machine whose mainspring was all. I accompanied him nevertheless, and he showed me part of the schloss, and endeavored, in the intervals of his tolerably arduous task of cicerone, to make himself agreeable to me. It was a wonderful place indeed, this schloss. The deeper we penetrated into it, the more absorbed and interested did I become. Such piled up, profusely scattered treasures of art it had never before fallen to my lot to behold. The abundance was prodigal, the judgment, cultivation, high perfection of truth, rarity, and beauty seemed almost faultless. Gems of pictures, treasures of sculpture, bronze, china, carvings, glass, coins, curiosities it would have taken a lifetime properly to learn. Here I saw for the first time a private library on a large scale, collected by generation after generation of highly cultured men and women, a perfect thing of its kind, and one which impressed me mightily. But it was not there that I was destined to find the treasure which lay hidden for me in this enchanted palace. We strayed over an acre or so of passage and corridor, till he paused before an arched door, across which was hung a curtain, and over which was inscribed "Musikkammern," the music room. "If you wish to see the music, mein Fräulein, I must leave you in the hands of Herr Brunken, who will tolerate no cicerone but himself." "Oh, I wish to see it, certainly," said I, on fire with curiosity. He knocked, and was bidden herein, but not going in, told someone inside that he recommended to his charge a young lady staying with the Countess, and who was desirous of seeing the collection. "Pray, mein Fräulein, come in," said a voice. Herr Nerath left me, and I, lifting the curtain and pushing open the half-closed door, found myself in an octagonal room, confronted by the quaintest figure I had ever seen. An old man, whose long grey hair, long white beard, and long black robe made him look like a wizard or astronomer of some mediaeval romance, was smiling at me and bidding me welcome to his domain. He was the librarian and general custodian of the musical treasures of Schloss Rothenfels, and his name was Brunken. He loved his place and his treasures with a jealous love, and would talk of favorite instruments as if they had been dear children, and of great composers as if they were gods. All around the room were large shelves filled with music, and over each division stood a name. Such mighty names as Scarlatti, Bach, Handel, Beethoven, Schumann, Mozart, Haydn, all the giants, and apparently all the pygmies too, were there. It was a complete library of music, and though I have seen many since, I have never beheld any which in the least approached this in richness or completeness. Rare old manuscript scores, priceless editions of half-forgotten music, the literature of the productions of half-forgotten composers, Eastern music, Western music, and music of all ages, it was an idealized collection, a musician's paradise, only less so than that to which he now led me, from amid the piled-up scores and the gleaming busts of those mighty men, who here at least were honored with never-failing reverence. He took me into a second room, or rather hall, of great size, height, and dimensions, a museum of musical instruments. It would take far too long to do it justice in description. Indeed, on that first brief investigation I could only form a dim general idea of the richness of its treasures. What histories, what centuries of stories were there piled up! Musical instruments of every imaginable form and shape, and in every stage of development. Odd-looking prehistoric bone embryo instruments from different parts of France, strange old things from Nineveh and India and Peru, instruments from tombs and pyramids and ancient ruined temples in tropic groves, things whose very nature and handling is a mystery and a dispute, tuned to strange scales which produce strange melodies, and carry us back into other worlds. On them perhaps has the swarthy Ninevan, or slight Hindu, or some dusky youth with painted plumage gay, performed as he apostrophized his mistress's eyebrow. On that queer-looking thing, which may be a fiddle or not, which may have had a bow or not, a slightly clad slave made music while his master the Rhea played chess with his favorite wife. They are all dead and gone now, and their jewels are worn by others, and the memory of them has vanished from off the earth. And these, their musical instruments, repose in a quiet corner amid the rough hills and oak woods, and under the cloudy skies of the land of music, Deutschland. Down through the changing scale, through the whole range of cymbal and spinet, flute, harp, sackbut, sultry dulcimer, and all kinds of music, stand literally before me, and a strange revelation it is. Is it the same faculty which produces that grand piano of Bechstein's, and that clarion organ of Zilbermann's, and that African drum dressed out with skulls, that war trumpet hung with tigers' teeth? After this, nothing is wonderful. Strange unearthly-looking Chinese frames of sonorous stones, or modulated bells, huge drums painted and carved, and set up on stands 6 feet from the ground, quaint instruments from the palaces of Aztec Incas, down to pianos by Broadwood, Collard and Bechstein. There were trophies of Streichinstrumente and Blaseinstrumente. I was allowed to gaze upon 2 real Stradivarius fiddles. I might see the development by evolution, and the survival of the fittest in violin, cello, contrabass, alto, besides countless others whose very names have perished with the time that produced them, and the fingers which played them, ingenious guesses, clever misses, the tragedy of harmony as well as its opinion. There were wind instruments, quaint old double flutes from Italy, pipes, single, double, treble, from ages much further back, harps, Assyrian, Greek, and Roman, instruments of percussion, guitars and sitars in every form and kind, a dulcimer. I took it up and thought of Coleridge's "Damsel with a Dulcimer," and a grand organ, as well as many incipient organs, and the quaint little things of that nature from China, Japan, and Siam. I stood and gazed in wonder and amazement. "Surely the present Graf has not collected all these instruments?" said I. "Oh no, mein Fräulein.
They have been accumulating for centuries. They tell strange tales of what the storms will do for music."
With which he proceeded to tell me certain narratives of certain instruments in the collection, in which he evidently firmly believed, including one relating to a quaint old violin, for which he said a certain Graf von Rothenfels, called Max der Tolle, or the mad Count Max, had sold his soul. As he finished this last, he was called away, and, excusing himself, left me. I was alone in this voiceless temple of so many wonderful sounds. I looked round, and a feeling of awe and weirdness crept over me. My eyes would not leave that shabby old fiddle, concerning whose demonic origin I had just heard such a cheerful anecdote. Every one of those countless instruments was capable of harmony and discord, had sometime been used, pressed, touched, scraped, beaten or blown into by hands or mouths long since crumbled to dust. What tales had been told, what songs sung, and in what languages! What laughs laughed, tears shed, vows spoken, kisses exchanged over some of those talent pieces of wood, brass, ivory, and catgut! The feelings of all the histories that surrounded me had something eerie in it. I stayed until I began to feel nervous, and was thinking of going away, when sounds from a third room drew my attention. Some one in there began to play the violin, and to play it with no ordinary delicacy of manipulation. There was something exquisitely finished, refined, and delicate about the performance. It lacked the bold splendor and originality of Eugen's playing, but it was so lovely as to bring tears to my eyes, and, moreover, the air was my favorite Traumerei. Something in those sounds, too, was familiar to me. With a sudden beating of the heart, a sudden eagerness, I stepped hastily forward, pushed back the dividing curtain, and entered the room whence proceeded those sounds. In the middle of the room, which was bare and empty, but which had large windows looking across the melancholy plateau and to the terrible figure of the runner at the end of the avenue, stood a boy, a child with a violin. He was dressed richly in velvet and silk. He was grown. The slender delicacy of his form was set off by the fine clothing that rich men's children wear. His beautiful waving black hair was somewhat more closely cut, but the melancholy yet richly colored young face that turned toward me, the deep and yearning eyes, the large solemn gaze, the premature gravity, were all his. It was Sigmund, Courvoisier's boy. For a moment we both stood motionless, hardly breathing. Then he flung his violin down, sprung forward with a low sound of intense joy, exclaiming, "Das Fräulein from home!" and stood before me trembling from head to foot. I snatched the child to my heart, he looked so much older and sadder, and covered him with kisses. He submitted, nay, more, he put his arms about my neck, and laid his face upon my shoulder, and presently, as if he had choked down some silent emotion, looked up at me with large, imploring, sad eyes, and asked, "Have you seen my father?" "Sigmund, I saw him the day before yesterday." "You saw him? You spoke to him, perhaps?" "Yes, I spoke long with him." "What did he look like?" "As always he does, brave and true and noble." "Nicht wahr?" said the boy with flashing eyes. "I know how he looks, just. I am waiting till I am grown up. Then I may go to him again." "Do you like me, Sigmund?" "Yes, very much." "Do you think you could love me? Would you trust me to love those you love?" "Do you mean him?" he asked point blank, and looked at me somewhat startled. "Yes." "I don't know. I mean to take care of him, and to try to make him happy till you come to him again, and then we will all be together." He looked doubtful still. "What I mean, Sigmund, is that your father and I are going to be married, but we shall never be quite happy until you are with us." He stood still, taking it in, and I waited in much anxiety. I was certain that if I had time and opportunity I could win him, but I feared the result of this sudden announcement and separation. He might only see that his father, his supreme idol, could turn for comfort to another, while he would not know how I loved him and longed to make his grave young life happy for him. I put my arm round his shoulder, and, kneeling down beside him, said, "You must say you are glad, Sigmund, or you will make me very unhappy. I want you to love me as well as him. Look at me, and tell me you will trust me till we are all together, for I am sure we shall be together some day." He still hesitated some little time, but at last said, with the sedateness peculiar to him, as of one who overcame a struggle and made a sacrifice, "If he has decided it, so it must be right, you know, but you won't let him forget me, will you?" The child's nature overcame that which had been, as it were, supplanted and grafted upon it. The lip quivered, the dark eyes filled with tears. Poor little lonely child, desolate and sad in the midst of all the grandeur. My heart yearned to him. "Forget you, Sigmund! Your father never forgets. He cannot."
"I wish I was grown up,"
he said. Then it occurred to me to wonder how he got there, and in what relation he stood to these people. "Do you live here, Sigmund?"
"Yes."
"What relation are you to the Herr Graf?"
"Graf von Rothenfels is my uncle."
"And are they kind to you?" I asked in a hasty whisper, for his intense gravity and sadness oppressed me. I trembled to think of having to tell his father in what state I had found him.
"Oh, yes," said he. "Yes, very."
"What do you do all day?"
"I learn lessons from Herr Nachrath, and I ride with Uncle Bruno. And oh, I do whatever I like. Uncle Bruno says that sometime I may go to Bonn, or Heidelberg, or Jena, or England, whichever I like."
"And have you no friends?"
"I like being with Brunken the best. He talks to me about my father sometimes. He knew him when he was only as old as I am."
"Did he? Oh, I did not know that."
"But they won't tell me why my father never comes here, and why they never speak of him,"
he added wearily, looking with melancholy eyes across the lines of wood through the wide window. "Be sure it is for nothing wrong. He does nothing wrong. He does nothing but what is good and right," said I.
"Oh, of course, but I can't tell the reason. I think and I think about it."
He put his hand wearily to his head.
"They never speak of him. Once I said something about him. It was at a great dinner they had. Aunt Hildegarde turned quite pale, and Uncle Bruno called me to him and said, 'No one heard it but me, you know. Never let me hear that name again.'
And his eyes looked so fierce. I am tired of this place," he added mournfully.
"I want to be at Elberthal again, at the Wehrhahn, with my father and Friedhelm and Karl Linders. I think of them every hour. I liked Karl and Friedhelm and Gretchen and Frau Schmidt."
"They do not live there now, dear, Friedhelm and your father," said I gently.
"Not? Then where are they?"
"I do not know," I was forced to say. "They were fighting in the war. I think they live at Berlin now, but I'm not at all sure." This uncertainty seemed to cause him much distress, and he would have added more, but our conversation was brought to an end by the entrance of Brunken, who looked rather surprised to see us in such close and earnest consultation. "Will you show me the way back to the Countess's room?" said I to Sigmund. He put his hand in mine and led me through many of those interminable halls and passages, until we came to the Rittersaal again. "Sigmund," said I, Are you not proud to belong to these?" I pointed to the dim portraits hanging around.
"Yes,"
said he doubtfully.
"Uncle Bruno is always telling me that I must do nothing to disgrace their name, because I shall one day rule their lands. But," he added with more animation, "do you not see all these likenesses? These are all counts of Rothenfels who have been heads of the family. You see the last one is here, Graf Bruno, my uncle. But in another room there are a great many portraits, ladies and children and young men. A man is painting a likeness of me, which is going to be hung up there, but my father is not there. What does it mean?"
I was silent. I knew his portrait must have been removed because he was considered to be living in dishonor, a stain to the house, who was perhaps the most chivalrous of the whole race. But this I could not tell Sigmund. It was beginning already, the trial, the test of which he had spoken to me, and it was harder in reality than in anticipation.
"I don't want to be stuck up there where he has no place," Sigmund went on sullenly, "and I should like to cut the hateful picture to pieces when it comes."
With this he ushered me into Gräfin Hildegarde's boudoir again. She was still there, and a tall, stately, stern-looking man of some 50 years was with her. His appearance gave me a strange shock. He was Eugen, older and without any of his artist brightness. Eugen's grace turned into pride and stony hauteur. He looked as if he could be savage upon occasion, a nature born to power and nurtured into it, ruggedly upright but narrow. I learned him by heart afterward, and found that every act of his was the direct, unsoftened outcome of his nature. This was Graf Bruno. This was the proud, intensely feeling man who had never forgiven the stain which he supposed his brother had brought upon their house. This was he who had proposed such hard, bald, pitiless terms concerning the parting of father and son, who forbade the child to speak of the loved one.
"Ah," said he, "you have found Sigmund, mein Fräulein. Where did you meet, then?"
His keen eyes swept me from head to foot. In that, at least, Eugen resembled him. My lover's glance was as hawk-like as this, and as impenetrable.
"In the music room,"
said Sigmund, and the uncle's glance left me and fell upon the boy. I soon read that story. The child was at once the light of his eyes and the bitterness of his life. As for Countess Hildegarde, she gazed at her nephew with all a mother's soul in her pathetic eyes, and was silent.
"Come here,"
said the Graf, seating himself and drawing the boy to him.
"What hast thou been doing?"
There was no fear in the child's demeanor. He was too thoroughly a child of their own race to know fear. But there was no love, no lighting up of the features, no glad meeting of the eyes.
"I was with Nachat till Aunt Hildegarde sent for him, and then I went to practice."
"Practice what? Thy riding or fencing?"
"No, my violin."
"Bah! What an extraordinary thing it is that this lad has no taste for anything but fiddling," observed the uncle half aside. Gräfin Hildegarde looked sharply and apprehensively up. Sigmund shrunk a little away from his uncle, not timidly, but with some distaste. Words were upon his lips. His eyes flashed, his lips parted. Then he checked himself, and was silent.
"Nun then,"
said the Count,
"what hast thou? Out with it." "Nothing that would please you to hear, uncle. Therefore I will not say it,"
was the composed return. The grim-looking man laughed a grim little laugh, as if satisfied with the audacity of the boy, and his grizzled moustache swept the soft cheek.
"I ride no further this morning, but this afternoon I shall go to Mulhausen. Wilt thou come with me?"
"Yes, uncle." Neither willing nor unwilling was the tone, and the answer appeared to dissatisfy the other, who said,
"Yes, uncle, what does that mean? Dost thou not wish to go?"
"Oh, yes,
I would as soon as go as stay at home. But the distance, Bruno," here interposed the Countess in a low tone. "I'm sure it is too far. He is not too strong. Distance? Pooh! Hildegarde, I wonder at you, considering what stock you come of. You should be superior to such nonsense. Wert thou thinking of the distance, Sigmund?" "Distance? No," said he indifferently. "Come with me," said the elder. "I want to show thee something." They went out of the room together. Yes, it was self-evident. The man idolized the child. Strange mixture of sternness and softness. The supposed sin of the father was never to be pardoned, but natural affection was to have its way and be lavished upon the son. And the son could not return it, because the influence of the banished scapegrace was too strong. He had won it all for himself, as scapegraces have the habit of doing. Again I was left alone with the Countess, sitting upright over her embroidery. A dull life this great lady led. She cared nothing for the world's gaieties, and she had neither chick nor child to be ambitious for. Her husband was polite enough to her, but she knew perfectly well, and accepted it as a matter of course, that the death of her who had lived with him and been his companion for 25 years would have weighed less by half with him than any catastrophe to that mournful, unenthusiastic child who had not been 2 years under their roof, and who had displayed no delight in the wealth of love lavished upon him. She knew that she also adored the child, but that his affection was hard to get. She dared not show her love openly, or in the presence of her husband, who seemed to look upon the boy as his exclusive property, and was as jealous as a tiger of the few faint testimonies of affection manifested by his darling. A dull journey to Berlin once a year, an occasional visitor, the society of her director and that of her husband, who showed how at home with her he felt, by going to sleep whenever he was more than a quarter of an hour in her presence, a little interest of a lofty, distant kind in her townspeople of the poorer sort, an occasional call upon or from some distant neighbour of a rank approaching her own. For the rest, embroidery in the newest patterns and most elegant style, some few books, chiefly religious and political works, and what can be drearier than Roman Catholic polemics, unless, indeed, Protestant ones eclipse them. A large house, vast estates, servants who never raised their voices beyond a certain tone, the envy of all the middle-class women, the fear and reverential courtesies of the poorer ones, a cheerful existence, and one which accounted for some of the wrinkles which so plentifully decked her brow. "That is our nephew," said she, "my husband's heir." "I have often seen him before," said I, "but I should have thought that his father would be your husband's next heir." Never shall I forget the look she darted upon me, the awful glance which swept over me scathingly, ere she said in icy tones, "What do you mean? Have you seen, or do you know, Graf Eugen?" There was a pause, as if the name had not passed her lips for so long that now she had difficulty in uttering it. "I knew him as Eugen Courvoisier," said I, but the other name was a revelation to me, and told me that he was also to the manner born. "I saw him 2 days ago, and I conversed with him," I added. She was silent for a moment, and surveyed me with a haggard look. I met her glance fully, openly. "Do you wish to know anything about him?" I asked. "Certainly not," said she, striving to speak frigidly, but there was a piteous tremble in her low tones. "The man has what am I saying? It is sufficient to say that he is not on terms with his family." "So he told me," said I, struggling on my part to keep back the burning words within me. The Countess looked at me, looked again. I saw now that this was one of the great sorrows of her sorrowful life. She felt that to be consistent she ought to wave aside the subject with calm contempt.
but it made her heart bleed. I pitied her. I felt an odd kind of affection for her already. The promise I had given to Eugen lay hard and heavy upon me.
"What did he tell you?"
she asked at last, and I paused ere I answered, trying to think what I could make of this opportunity.
"Do you know the facts of the case?"
she added. "No. He said he would write."
"Would write?"
she echoed, suspending her work, and fixing me with her eyes.
"Would write to whom?"
"To me."
"You correspond with him?"
There was a tremulous eagerness in her manner. "I have never corresponded with him yet," said I, "but I have known him long, and loved him almost from the first. The other day I promised to marry him."
"You?" said she. "You are going to marry Eugen, are you?"
Her eyes said, "Are you good enough for him?" But she came to an abrupt conclusion.
"Tell me,"
said she,
"where did you meet him, and how?"
I told her in what capacity I had become acquainted with him, and she listened breathlessly. Every moment I felt the prohibition to speak heavier, for I saw that the Countess von Rothenfels would have been only too delighted to hail any idea, any suggestion, which should allow her to indulge the love that, though so strong, she rigidly repressed. I dare say I told my story in a halting kind of way. It was difficult for me on the spur of the moment to know clearly what to say and what to leave unsaid. As I told the Countess about Eugen's and my voyage down the river, a sort of smile tried to struggle out upon her lips. It was evidently as good as a romance to her. I finished, saying, "That is the truth, gnädige Frau. All I fear is that I am not good enough for him, shall not satisfy him."
"My child,"
said she, and paused.
"My dear child."
She took both my hands, and her lips quivered.
"You do not know how I feel for you. I can feel for you because I fear that with you it will be as it was with me. Do you know any of the circumstances under which Eugen von Rothenfels left his friends?"
"I do not know them circumstantially. I know he was accused of something, and did not I mean
could not deny it,"
she said.
"I dare not take the responsibility of leaving you in ignorance. I must tell you all, and may Our Lady give me eloquence."
"I should like to hear the story, madame, but I do not think any eloquence will change my mind."
"He always had a manner calculated to deceive and charm," said she. "Always. Well, my husband is his half-brother. I was their cousin. They are the sons of different mothers, and my husband is many years older than Eugen, 18 years older. He, my husband, was 30 years old when he succeeded to the name and estates of his father. Eugen, you see, was just 12 years old, a schoolboy. We were just married. It is a very long time ago. Ach, ja, a very long time ago. We played the part of parents to that boy. We were childless, and as time went on, we lavished upon him all that love which we should have bestowed upon our own children had we been happy enough to have any. I do not think anyone was ever better loved than he. It so happened that his own inheritance was not a large one. That made no difference. My husband, with my fullest consent and approbation, had every intention of providing for him. We had enough and to spare, money and land and house room for half a dozen families, and our two selves alone to enjoy it all. He always seemed fond of us. I suppose it was his facile manner, which could take the appearance of an interest and affection which he did not feel.
No, Frau Graf, no, indeed.
Wait till you have heard all, my poor child. Everyone loved him. How proud I was of him! Sometimes I think it is a chastisement, but had you been in my place, you would have been proud too. So gallant, so handsome, such grace, and such a charm. He was the joy of my life," she said in a passionate undertone. "He went by the name of a worthy descendant of all essential things. Honor and loyalty and bravery, and so on. They used to call him Prince Eugen, der Edelritter, after the old song. He was wild and impatient of control, but who is not? I hate your young men whose veins run milk, not blood. He was one of a fiery, passionate line. At the universities he was extravagant. We heard all sorts of follies."
"Did you hear of anything base? Anything underhand or dishonorable?"
"Never, oh, never. High play. He was very intimate with a set of young Englishmen, and the play was dreadful. It is true he betted, too. That is a curse. Play and horses and general recklessness and extravagance, but no wine and no women. I never heard that he had the least affinity for either of these dissipations. There were debts. I suppose all young men in his position make debts," said the Countess placidly. "My husband made debts at college, and I'm sure my brothers did. Then he left college and lived at home a while, and that was the happiest time of my life. But it is over. Then he entered the army, of course. His family interests procured him promotion. He was captain in a fine Ulan regiment. He was with his regiment at Berlin and Munich, and always we heard the same tales, play and wild, fast living. Music always had a hold upon him. In the midst of his extravagance he was sometimes so simple. I remember we were dreadfully frightened at a rumor that he got entangled with a Fräulein
that is all that is written.
A singer of great beauty at the Hopferfe at
that is all that is written.
I got my husband to let me write to him about it. I soon had an answer from Eugen. How he laughed at me! He had paid a lot of debts for the girl, which had been pressing heavily upon her since her career began. Now, he said, he trusted she would get along swimmingly. He was going to her benefit that night. But when he was at
that is all that is written.
And when he was about 26, he really did get engaged to be married. He wrote and told us about it. That was the first bitter blow. She was an Italian girl of respectable but by no means noble family. He was always a dreadful radical in such matters. She was a governess in the house of one of his friends in
that is all that is written.
We did everything we could think of to divert him from it. It was useless. He married her, but he did not become less extravagant. She did not help him to become steady, I must say. She liked gaiety and admiration, and he liked her to be worshipped. He indulged her frightfully. He played. He would play so dreadfully. We had his wife over to see us, and he came with her. We were agreeably surprised. She quite won our hearts. She was very beautiful and very charming, had rather a pretty voice, though nothing much. We forgave all his misconduct, and my husband talked to him and implored him to amend. He said he would. Mere promises. It was so easy to him to make promises. That poor young wife, instead of pitying him for having made a misalliance, we know now that it was she who was to be pitied for having fallen into the hands of such a black-hearted false man. The lady paused. The recital evidently cost her some pain and some emotion. She went on. She was expecting her confinement. They returned to reader's note, that is all that is written. Where we also had a house, and we went with them. Victoria, shortly afterwards, gave birth to a son. That was in our house. My husband would have it so. That son was to reconcile all and make everything straight. At that time Eugen must have been in some anxiety. He had been betting heavily on the English Derby. We did not know that, nor why he had gone to England. At last it came out that he was simply ruined. My husband was dreadfully cut up. I was very unhappy, so unhappy that I was ill and confined to my room. My husband left town for a few days to come over to Rothenfels on business. Eugen was scarcely ever in the house. I thought it was our reproachful faces that he did not wish to see. Then my husband came back. He was more cheerful. He had been thinking things over, he said. He kissed me and told me to cheer up. He had a plan for Eugen, which he believed would set all right again. In that very moment someone had asked to see him. It was a clerk from the bank with a check which they had cashed the day before. Had my husband signed it? I saw him look at it for a moment. Then he sent the man away, saying that he was then busy and would communicate with him. Then he showed me the check. It was payable to the bearer, and across the back was written Victoria von Rothenfels. You must bear in mind that Eugen was living in his own house in another quarter of the town. My husband sent the check to him with a brief inquiry as to whether he knew anything about it. Then he went out. He had an appointment, and when he returned, he found a letter from Eugen. It was not long. It was burned into my heart, and I have never forgotten a syllable of it. It was, I returned the check. I am guilty. I relieve you of all further responsibility about me. It is evident that I am not fit for my position. I leave this place forever, taking the boy with me. Vittoria does not seem to care about having him. Will you look after her? Do not let her starve in punishment for my sin. For me, I leave you forever. Eugen. That was the letter. Mein Gott! Oh, it is hideous, child, to find that those in whom you believed so intensely are bad, rotten to the core. I had loved Eugen. He had made a sunshine in my not very cheerful life. His coming was a joy to me, his going away a sorrow. It made everything so much blacker when the truth came out. Of course, the matter was hushed up. My husband took immediate steps about it. Soon afterwards we came here, Victoria with us. Poor girl, poor girl! She did nothing but weep and wring her hands, moan and lament, and wonder why she had ever been born. And at last she died of decline. That is to say, they called it decline, but it was really a broken heart. That is the story. A black chronicle, is it not? You know about Sigmund's coming here. My husband remembered that he was heir to our name, and we were, in a measure, responsible for him. Eugen had taken the name of a distant family connection on his mother's side. She had French blood in her veins, Courvoisier. Now you know all, my child. He is not good. Do not trust him. I was silent. My heart burned. My tongue longed to utter ardent words, but I remembered his sad smile as he said, "You shrink from that," and I braced myself to silence. The thing seemed to me altogether so pitiable, and yet I had sworn. But how had he lived out these 5 terrible years? By and by the luncheon bell rang. We all met once more. I felt every hour more like one in a dream, or in some impossible old romance. That piece of outward death-like reserve, the Countess with the fire within, which she was forever spending her energy in attempts to quench, that conglomeration of ice, pride, and roughness of chivalry, the Herr Graf himself, the thin, wooden-looking priest, the director of the Gräfin, that lovely picture of grace and bloom, with the dash of melancholy, Sigmund. Certainly it was the strangest company in which I had ever been present. The Countess sent me home in the afternoon, reminding me that I was engaged to dine there with the others to-morrow. I managed to get a word aside with Sigmund, to kiss him, and tell him I should come to see him again. Then I left them, interested, enthralled, fascinated with them and their life, and more in love with Eugen than ever. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 39. Where is my father? We had been bidden to dine at the Schloss, Frau Mittendorf, Stella, and I. In due time the doctor's new carriage was called out, and, seated in it, we were driven to the great castle. With a renewed joy and awe I looked at it by twilight, with the dusk of sunset veiling its woods, and turning the whole mass to the colour of a deep earth-stain. Eugen's home! There he had been born, as the child of such a race, and, in its traditions, he had been nurtured by that sad lady whom we were going to see. I at least knew that he had acted, and was now acting, up to the very standard of his high calling. The place has lost much of its awfulness for me. It had become even friendly and lovely. The dinner was necessarily a solemn one. I was looking out for Sigmund, who, however, did not put in an appearance. After dinner, when we were all assembled in a vast salon, which the numberless wax lights did but partially, and in the centre, illuminate, I determined to make an effort at release from this seclusion, and asked the Countess, who had motioned to me to a seat beside her, where Sigmund was. "He seemed a little languid, and not inclined to come downstairs," said she. "I expect he is in the music-room. He generally finds his way there." "Oh, I wish you would allow me to go and see him." "Certainly, my child," said she, ringing, and presently a servant guided me to the door of the music-rooms, and in answer to my knock I was bidden herein. I entered. The room was in shadow, but a deep glowing fire burned in a great cavernous stone fireplace, and shone upon huge brass and irons on either side of the hearth. In an easy-chair sat Brunken, the old librarian, and his white hair and beard were also warmed into rosiness by the fire-glow. At his feet lay Sigmund, who had apparently been listening to some story of his old friend. His hands were clasped about the old man's knee, his face upturned, his hair pushed back. Both turned as I came in, and Sigmund sprang up, but ere he had advanced 2 paces, paused and stood still, as if overcome with languor or weariness. "Sigmund, I have come to see you," said I, coming to the fire, and greeting the old man, who welcomed me hospitably. I took Sigmund's hand. It was hot and dry. I kissed him. Lips and cheeks were burning and glowing crimson. I swept the hair from his brow. That, too, was burning, and his temples throbbed. His eyes met mine with a strange, misty look. Saying nothing, I seated myself in a low chair near the fire, and drew him to me. He nestled up to me, and I felt that if Eugen could see us he would be almost satisfied. Sigmund did not say anything. He merely settled his head upon my breast, gave a deep sigh as if of relief, and, closing his eyes, said, "Now, Trunken, go on." "As I was saying, mein Liebling, I hope to prove all former theorists and writers upon the subject to have been wrong." "He's talking about a MacGregor," said Sigmund, still not opening his eyes. "A MacGregor? What may that be?" I inquired. "Yes, some people say it was a real full-blown organ," explained Sigmund in a thick, hesitating voice, "and some say it was nothing better than a bagpipe, or dear, how my head does ache! And there are people who say it was a kettle-drum, nothing more nor less, and Brunken is going to show that not one of them knew anything about it." "I hope so, at least," said Brunken with a modest placidity. "Oh, indeed," said I, glancing a little timidly into the far recesses of the deep, ghostly room, where the firelight kept catching the sheen of metal, the yellow whiteness of ivory keys or pipes, or the polished case of some string instrument. Strange, grotesque shapes looked out in the uncertain flickering light. But was it not a strange and haunted chamber? Ever it seemed to me as if breaths of air blew through it, which came from all imaginable kinds of graves, and were the breaths of those departed ones who had handled the strange collection, and who wished to finger or blow into or beat the dumb, unvibrating things once more. Did I say unvibrating? I was wrong then. The strings sometimes quivered to sounds that set them trembling. Something like a whispered tone I have heard from the deep, upturned throats of the great brazen trumpets, something like a distant moan floating around the gilded organ pipes. In after days, when Friedhelm Helfen knew this room, he made a wonderful fantasia about it, in which all the dumb instruments woke up, or tried to wake up to life again. For the whole place impressed him, he told me, as nothing that he had ever known. Brunken went on in a dry, droning tone, giving theories of his own as to the nature of the MacGregor, and I, with my arms round Sigmund, half listening to the sleepy monotone of the good old visionary. But what spoke to me with a more potent voice was the soughing and wuthering of the sorrowful wind without, which verily moaned around the old walls, and sought out the old corners, and wailed and plained and sobbed in a way that was enough to break one's heart. By degrees a silence settled upon us. Brunken, having satisfactorily annihilated his enemies, ceased to speak. The fire burned lower. Sigmund's eyes were closed. His cheeks were not less flushed than before, nor his brow less hot, and a frown contracted it. I know not how long a time had passed, but I had no wish to rise. The door was opened, and someone came into the room. I looked up. It was the Gräfin. Brunken rose and stood to one side, bowing. I could not get up, but some movement of mine, perhaps, disturbed the heavy and feverish slumber of the child. He started wide awake, with a look of wild terror, and gazed down into the darkness, crying out,
"My father, where art thou?"
A strange, startled, frightened look crossed the face of the Countess when she heard the words. She did not speak, and I said some soothing words to Sigmund, but there could be no doubt that he was very ill. It was quite unlike his usual silent courage and reticence to wring his small hands and with ever-increasing terror turn a deaf ear to my soothings, sobbing out in tones of pain and insistence,
"Father, father, where art thou? I want thee."
Then he began to cry pitifully, and the only word that was heard was,
"Father."
It was like some recurrent wail in a piece of music, which warns one all through of a coming tragedy.
"Oh dear, what is to be done? Sigmund, was ist denn mit dir, mein Engel?"
said the poor Countess, greatly distressed. "He is ill," said I. "I think he has taken an illness. Does thy head ache, Sigmund?"
"Yes,"
said he.
"It does. Where is my own father? My head never ached when I was with my father."
Mein Gott, said the Countess in a low tone.
"I thought he had forgotten his father."
"Forgotten!" echoed I. "Frau Gräfin, he is one of yourselves. You have not seemed to forget."
"Herr Gott!"
she exclaimed, wringing her hands.
"What can be the matter with him? What must I say to Bruno? Sigmund, darling, what hast thou then? What ails thee?"
"I want my father," he repeated, nor would he utter any other word. The one idea, long dormant, had now taken full possession of him. In fever, half delirious, out of the fullness of his heart, his mouth spake.
"Sigmund, Liebchen," said the Countess, "control thyself. Thy uncle must not hear thee say that word." "I don't want my uncle. I want my father," said Sigmund, looking restlessly round. "Oh, where is he? I have not seen him. It is so long, and I want him. I love him. I do love my father. I want him." It was pitiful, pathetic, somewhat tragic too. The poor Countess had not the faintest idea what to do with the boy, whose illness frightened her. I suggested that he should be put to bed, and the doctor sent for, as he had probably taken some complaint which would declare itself in a few days, and might be merely some childish disorder. The Countess seized my suggestion eagerly. Sigmund was taken away. I saw him no more that night. Presently we left the Schloss and drove home. I found a letter waiting for me from Eugen. He was still at Elberthal, and appeared to have been reproaching himself for having accepted my sacrifice, as he called it. He spoke of Sigmund. There was more, too, in the letter, which made me both glad and sad. I felt life spreading before me, ending with a gravity, a largeness of aim, and a dignity of purpose such as I had never dreamt of before. It seemed that for me, too, there was work to do. I also had a love for whose sake to endure. This made me feel grave. Eugen's low spirits and the increased bitterness with which he spoke of things made me sad, but something else made me glad. Throughout his whole letter there breathed a passion, a warmth restrained but glowing through its bond of reticent words, an eagerness which he told me that at last, as I loved, loved am I. Even after that sail down the river I had felt a half mistrust. Now all doubts were removed. He loved me. He had learned it in all its truth and breadth since we last parted. He talked of renunciation, but it was with an anguish so keen as to make me wince for him who felt it. If he renounced me now, it would not be the cold laying aside of a thing for which he did not care. It would be the wrenching himself away from his heart's desire. I triumphed in the knowledge, and this was what made me glad. Almost before we had finished breakfast in the morning, there came a thundering of wheels up to the door,
and a shriek of excitement from Frau Middendorf, who, Morgenhaube on her head, a shapeless old morning gown clinging hideously about her ample figure, rushed to the window, looked out, and announced the carriage of the Frau Gräfin. "Aber what can she want at this early hour?" she speculated, coming into the room again, and staring at us both with wide open eyes, round with agitation and importance. "But I dare say she wishes to consult me upon some matter. I wish I were dressed more becomingly. I have heard, that is, I know, for I am so intimate with her, that she never wears negligee. I wonder if I should have time to—" She stopped to hold out her hand for the note which a servant was bringing in, but her face fell when the missive was presented to me. "Liebe May," it began, "will you come and help me in my trouble? Sigmund is very ill. Sometimes he is delirious. He calls for you often. It breaks my heart to find that after all not a word is uttered of us, but only of Eugen. Burn this when you have read it. Of you, and of Karl and Friedhelm, and one or two other names which I do not know. I fear this petition will sound troublesome to you. You were certainly not made for trouble, but you are kind. I saw it in your face. I grieve too much. Truly, the flesh is fearfully weak. I would live as if earth had no joys for me, as indeed it has none, and yet that does not prevent my suffering. May God help me, trusting to you. Your Hildegarde V. Rothenfels. I lost no time in complying with this summons. In a few moments I was in the carriage. Ere long I was at the Schloss, was met by Countess Hildegarde, looking like a ghost that had been keeping a strict Lent, and was at last by Sigmund's bedside. He was tossing feverishly from side to side, murmuring and muttering. But when he saw me, he was still. A sweet, frank smile flitted over his face, a smile wonderfully like that which his father had lately bent upon me. He gave a little laugh, saying, "Fräulein May, welcome. Have you brought my father? And I should like to see Friedhelm too. You and dear father and Friedhelm used to sit near together at the concert. Don't you remember? I went once, and you sung. That whole black man beat time, and my father never stopped looking at you and listening. Friedhelm too. I will ask them if they remember." He laughed again at the reminiscence, and took my hand and asked me if I remembered, so that it was with difficulty that I steadied my voice and kept my eyes from running over as I answered him. Gräfin Hildegarde behind wrung her hands and turned to the window. He did not advance any reminiscence of what had happened since he came to the Schloss. There was no doubt that our Sigmund was very ill. A visitation of scarlet fever of the worst kind was raging in Lauenburg and in the hamlet of Rothenfels, which lay about the gates of the Schloss. Sigmund, some 10 days before, had ridden with his uncle, and waited on his pony for some time outside a row of cottages, while the Count visited one of his old servants, a man who had become an octogenarian in the service of his family, and upon whom Graf Bruno periodically showed the light of his countenance. It was scarcely to be doubted that the boy had taken the infection then and there, and the doctor did not conceal that he had the complaint in its worst form, and that his recovery admitted of the gravest doubts. A short time convinced me that I must not again leave the child till the illness was decided in one way or another. He was mine now, and I felt myself in the place of Eugen as I stood beside his bed and told him the hard truth that his father was not here, nor Friedhelm, nor Karl, for whom he also asked, but only I. The day passed on. A certain conviction was growing every hour stronger with me. An incident at last decided it. I had scarcely left Sigmund's side for 8 or 9 hours, but I had seen nothing of the Count, nor heard his voice. nor had any mention been made of him, and remembering how he adored the boy, I was surprised. At last Gräfin Hildegarde, after a brief absence, came into the room, and with a white face and parted lips said to me in a half whisper, "Liebe Miss Wedderburn, will you do something for me? Will you speak to my husband?" "To your husband?" I ejaculated. She bowed. "He longs to see Sigmund, but he dare not come. For me, I have hardly dared to go near him since the little one began to be ill. He believes that Sigmund will die, and that he will be his murderer, having taken him out that day. I have often spoken to him about making their armor ride too far, and now the sight of me reminds him of it. He cannot endure to look at me. Heaven help me! Why was I ever born?" She turned away without tears. Tears were not in her line, and I went, much against my will, to find the Graf. He was in his study. Was that the same man, I wondered, whom I had seen the very day before, so strong and full of pride and life? He raised a haggard, white, and ghastly face to me, which had aged and fallen in unspeakably. He made an effort, and rose with politeness as I came in. "Mein Fräulein, you are loading us with obligations. It is unheard of." But no thanks were implied in the tone, only bitterness. He was angry that I should be in the place he dared not come to. If I had not been raised by one supreme fear above all smaller ones, I should have been afraid of this haggard, eager-looking old man, for he did look very old in his anguish. I could see the rage of jealousy with which he regarded me, and I am not naturally fond of encountering an old wolf who has starved. But I used my utmost effort to prevail upon him to visit his nephew, and at last succeeded. I piloted him to Sigmund's room, led him to the boy's bedside. The sick child's eyes were closed, but he presently opened them. The uncle was stooping over him, his rugged face all working with emotion, and his voice broken as he murmured, "Ach, mein Liebling, art thou then so ill?" With a kind of shuddering cry, the boy pushed him away with both hands, crying, "Go away! I want my father, I say. Where is he? Why do you not fetch him? You are a bad man, and you hate him." Then I was frightened. The Count recoiled. His face turned deathly white, livid, his fist clenched. He glared down upon the now unrecognizing young face, and stuttered forth something, paused, then said in a low, distinct voice, which shook me from head to foot, "So, better that he should die. The brood is worthy the nest it sprung from. Where is our blood, that he whines after that hound, With which, and with a fell look round, he departed, leaving Sigmund oblivious of all that had passed, utterly indifferent and unconscious, and me shivering with fear at the outburst I had seen. But it seemed to me that my charge was worse. I left him for a few moments, and, seeking out the Countess, spoke my mind. "Frau Gräfin, Eugen must be sent for. I fear that Sigmund is going to die, and I dare not let him die without sending for his father." "I dare not," said the Countess. She had met her husband, and was flung, unnerved, upon a couch, her hand over her heart. "But I dare, and I must do it," said I, secretly wondering at myself. "I shall telegraph for him." "If my husband knew," she breathed. "I cannot help it," said I. "Is the poor child to die among people who profess to love him, with the one wish ungratified which he has been repeating ever since he began to be ill? I do not understand such love. I call it horrible inhumanity." "For Eugen to enter this house again," said she in a whisper. "I would to God that there were any other head as noble under its roof," was my magniloquent and thoroughly earnest inspiration. "Well, gnädige Frau, will you arrange this matter, or shall I?" "I dare not," she moaned, half distractedly. "I dare not, but I will do nothing to prevent you. Use the whole household. They are at your command." I lost not an instant in writing out a telegram and dispatching, by a man on horseback, to Lahnburg. I summoned Eugen briefly. "Sigmund is ill. I am here. Come to us." I saw the man depart, and then I went and told the Countess what I had done. She turned, if possible, a shade paler, then said, "I'm not responsible for it." Then I left the poor pale lady to still her beating heart and kill her deadly apprehensions in the embroidery of the lily of the field and the modest violet. No change in the child's condition. A lethargy had fallen upon him. That awful stupor, with the dark, flushed cheek and heavy breath, was to me more ominous than the restlessness of fever. I sat down and calculated. My telegram might be in Eugen's hand in the course of an hour. When could he be here? Was it possible that he might arrive this night? I obtained the German equivalent for Bradshaw, and studied it till I thought I had made out that, supposing Eugen to receive the telegram in the shortest possible time, he might be here by 11:30 that night. It was now 5 in the afternoon. 6 hours and a half, and at the end of that time his non-arrival might tell me he could not be here before the morrow. I sat still, and now that the deed was done, gave myself up, with my usual enlightenment and discretion, to fears and apprehensions. The terrible look and tone of Graf von Rothenfels returned to my mind in full force. Clearly it was just the most dangerous thing in the world for Eugen to do, to put in an appearance at the present time. But another glance at Sigmund somewhat reassured me, in wondering whether the girl had ever before been placed in such a bizarre situation as mine. Darkness overtook me. Sigmund moved restlessly and moaned, stretching out little hot hands, and saying, "Father." I caught those hands to my lips, and knew that I had done right. Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 40. Vindicated. It was a wild night. Driving clouds kept hiding and revealing the stormy-looking moon. I was out of doors. I could not remain in the house. It had felt too small for me, but now nature felt too large. I dimly saw the huge pile of the Schloss defined against the grey light. Sometimes, when the moon unveiled herself, it started out clear and black and grim. I saw a light in a corner window. That was Sigmund's room, and another in a room below. That was the Graf's study, and there the terrible man sat. I heard the wind moan among the trees, heard the great dogs baying from the kennels. From an open window came rich, low, mellow sounds. Old Brunken was in the music-room, playing to himself upon the violoncello. That was a movement from the Grand Septuor, the second movement, which is, if one may use such an expression, painfully beautiful. I bethought myself of the woods which lay hidden from me, the vast avenues, the lonely tanks, the grotesque statues, and that terrible figure with its arms cast upward at the end of the long walk, and I shivered faintly. I was some short distance down the principal avenue, and dared not go any further. A sudden dread of the loneliness and the night voices came upon me, my heart beating thickly. I turned to go back to the house. I would try to comfort poor Countess Hildegarda in her watching and her fears. But there is a step near me. Some one comes up the avenue with foot that knows its windings and its turns and twists, its ups and downs. "Eugen!" I said tremulously. A sudden pause, a stop. Then he said with a kind of laugh, "Witchcraft, Naberei," and was going on. But now I knew his whereabouts, and coming up to him, touched his arm. "This, however, is reality." he exclaimed, enfolding me and kissing me as he hurried on.
May, how is he?
Just the same, said I, clinging to him. Oh, thank heaven that you are come!
I drove to the gate and sent the fellow away. But what art thou doing alone at the Ghost's Corner on a stormy night?
We were still walking fast toward the Schloss. My heart was beating fast, half with fear of what was impending, half with intensity of joy at hearing his voice again, and knowing what that last letter had told me. As we emerged upon the great terrace before the house, Eugen made one, the only one, momentary pause, pressed my arm, and bit his lips. I knew the meaning of it all. Then we passed quickly on. We met no one in the great stone hall, no one on the stairway, or along the passages. Straight he held his way, and I with him. We entered the room. Eugen's eyes leapt swiftly to his child's face. I saw him pass his hand over his mouth. I withdrew my hand from his arm, and stood aside, feeling a tremulous thankfulness that he was here, and that that restless plaining would at last be hushed in satisfaction. A delusion. The face over which my beloved bent did not brighten, nor the eyes recognize him. The child did not know the father for whom he had yearned out his little heart. He did not hear the half-frantic words spoken by that father as he flung himself upon him, kissing him, beseeching him, conjuring him with every foolish word of fondness that he could think of, to speak, answer, look up once again. Then fear, terror overcame the man. For the first time I saw him look pale with apprehension. "Not this cup, not this," murmured he.
"God im Himmel! Anything short of this. I will give him up, leave him, anything, only let him live."
He had flung himself, unnerved, trembling, upon the chair by the bedside, his face buried in his hands. I saw the sweat stand upon his brow. I could do nothing to help, nothing but wish despairingly that some blessed miracle would reverse the condition of the child and me, lay me low in death upon that bed, place him safe and sound in his father's arms. Is it not hard, you father of many children, to lose one of them? Do you not grudge death his prize? But this man had but one. The love between them was such a love as one meets perhaps once in a lifetime. The child's life had been a mourning to him, the father's a burden ever since they had parted. I felt it strange that I should be trying to comfort him, and yet it was so. It was his brow that leaned on my shoulder. It was he who was faint with anguish, so that he could scarce see or speak, his hand that was cold and nerveless. It was I who said, "Do not despair. I hope still."
"If he is dying," said Eugen, "he shall die in my arms."
With which, as if the idea were a dreary kind of comfort, he started up, folded Sigmund in a shawl, and lifted him out of bed, enfolding him in his arms, and pillowing his head upon his breast. It was a terrible moment. Yet as I clung to his arm, and with him looked into our darling's face, I felt that von Francius's words, spoken long ago to my sister, contained a deep truth. This joy, so like a sorrow, would I have parted with it 1,000 times. No. Whether the motion and movement roused him, or whether that were the crisis of some change, I knew not. Sigmund's eyes opened. He bent them upon the face above him, and, after a pause of reflection, said in a voice whose utter satisfaction passed anything I had ever heard, "My own father!" released a pair of little wasted arms from his covering, and clasped them round Eugen's neck, putting his face close to his, and kissing him as if no number of kisses could ever satisfy him. Upon this scene, as Eugen stood in the middle of the room, his head bent down, a smile upon his face which no ultimate griefs could for the moment quench, there entered the Countess. Her greeting after 6 years of absence, separation, belief in his dishonesty was a strange one. She came quickly forward, laid her hand on his arm, and said,
"Eugen, it is dreadfully infectious. Don't kiss the child in that way, or you will take the fever and be laid up too."
He looked up, and at his look a shock passed across her face. With pallid cheeks and parted lips, she gazed at him speechless. His mind, too, seemed to bridge the gulf. It was in a strange tone that he answered.
"Ah, Hildegarde, what does it matter what becomes of me? Leave me this."
"No, not that, Eugen," said I, going up to him, and I suppose something in my eyes moved him, for he gave the child into my arms in silence. The Countess had stood looking at him. She strove for silence, sought tremulously after a coldness, but in vain.
"Eugen!"
She came nearer, and looked more closely at him.
"Herrgott, how you are altered! What a meeting! Can it be 6 years ago? And now, oh!"
Her voice broke into a very wail.
"We loved you. Why did you deceive us?"
My heart stood still. Would he stand this test? It was the hardest he had had. Gräfin Hildegarde was dear to him. That he was dear to her, intensely dear, that love for him was entwined about her very heartstrings, stood confessed now.
"Why did you deceive us?"
It sounded more like, "Tell us we may trust you. Make us happy again." One word from him, and the poor sad lady would have banished from her heart the long-staying, unwelcome guest, belief in his falseness, and closed it away from her for ever. He was spared the dreadful necessity of answering her. A timid summons from her maid at the door told her the Count wanted to speak to her, and she left us quickly. Sigmund did not die. He recovered and lives now. But with that I am not at present concerned. It was the afternoon following that never-to-be-forgotten night. I had left Eugen watching beside Sigmund, who was sleeping, his hand jealously holding 2 of his father's fingers. I intended to call at Frau Mittendorf's door to say that I could not yet return there, and when I came back, said Eugen he would have something to tell me. He was going to speak with his brother, to tell him that we should be married.
"And to speak about Sigmund," he added decisively. "I will not risk such a thing as this again. If you had not been here, he might have died without my knowing it. I feel myself absolved from all obligation to let him remain. My child's happiness shall not be further sacrificed."
With this understanding I left him. I went toward the Countess's room to speak to her and tell her of Sigmund before I went out. I heard voices ere I entered the room, and when I entered it I stood still, and a sickly apprehension clutched my very heart. There stood my evil genius, the Bösegeist of my lover's fate, Anna Sartorius, and the Count and the Countess were present, apparently waiting for her to begin to speak.
"You are here," said the Gräfin to me. "I was just about to send for you. This lady says she knows you."
"She does," said I hesitatingly. Anna looked at me. There was gravity in her face, and the usual cynical smile in her eyes.
"You are surprised to see me," said she. "You will be still more surprised to hear that I have journeyed all the way from Elberthal to Lahnburg on your account, and for your benefit."
I did not believe her, and, composing myself as well as I could, sat down. After all, what could she do to harm me? She could not rob me of Eugen's heart, and she had already done her worst against him and his fair name. Anna had a strong will. She exerted it. Graf Bruno was looking in some surprise at the unexpected guest. The Countess sat rigidly upright, with a puzzled look, as if at the sight of Anna she recalled some far-past scene. Anna compelled their attention. She turned to me, saying,
"Please remain here, Miss Wedderburn. What I have to say concerns you as much as anyone here. You wonder who I am, and what business I have to intrude myself upon you," she added to the others. "I confess," began the Countess, and Anna went on. "You, gnädige Frau, have spoken to me before, and I to you. I see you remember, or feel you ought to remember me. I will recall the occasion of our meeting to your mind. You once called at my father's house, he was a music teacher, to ask about lessons for some friend or protégé of yours. My father was engaged at the moment, and I invited you into my sitting room, and endeavored to begin a conversation with you. You were very distant and very proud, scarcely deigning to answer me. When my father came into the room, I left it, but I could not help laughing at your treatment of me. You little knew from your shut-up, cozy existence among the lofty ones of the earth what influence even such insignificant persons as I might have upon your lot. At the time I was the intimate friend of, and in close correspondence with, a person who afterward became one of your family. Her name was Vittoria Leopardi, and she married your brother-in-law, Graf Eugen." The plain-looking, plain-spoken woman had her way. She had the same power as that which shone in the glittering eye of the ancient mariner. Whether we liked or not, we gave her our attention. All were listening now, and we listened to the end. "Vittoria Leopardi was the Italian governess at General von Reader's note, that is all that is written. At one time she had several music lessons from my father. That was how I became acquainted with her. She was very beautiful, almost as beautiful as you, Miss Wedderburn, and I, dull and plain myself, have a keen appreciation of beauty, and of the gentleness which dares not always accompany it. When I first knew her, she was lonely and strange, and I tried to befriend her. I soon began to learn what a singular mixture of sordid worldliness and vacant weak-mindedness dwelt behind her fair face. She wrote to me often, for she was one of those persons who must have someone to whom to relate their triumphs and conquests, and I suppose I was the only person she could get to listen to her. At that time, the time you called at our house, gnädige Frau, her epistles were decidedly tedious. What sense she had, there was never too much of it, was completely eclipsed. At last came the announcement that her noble and gallant Orlan had proposed, and been accepted naturally. She told me what he was, and his possessions and prospects. His chief merit in her eyes appeared to be that he would let her do anything she liked, and release her from the drudgery of teaching, for which she never had the least affinity. She hated children. She never hinted on any occasion that she loved him very much. In due time, the marriage, as you all know, came off. She almost dropped me then, but never completely so. I suppose she had that instinct which stupid people often have, as to the sort of people who may be of use to them some time. I received no invitations to her house. She used awkwardly to apologize for the negligence sometimes, and say she was so busy, and it would be no compliment to me to ask me to meet all those stupid people of whom the house was always full. That did not trouble me much, though I loved her none the better for it. She had become more a study to me now than anything I really cared for. Occasionally I used to go and see her, in the morning before she had left her room, and once only, I met her husband in the corridor. He was hastening away to his duty, and scarcely saw me as he hurried past. Of course I knew him by sight as well as possible. Who did not? Occasionally she came to me to recount her triumphs and make me jealous. She did not wish to reign supreme in her husband's heart. She wished idle men to pay her compliments. Everybody knew the extravagance of that household, and the reckless neck-or-nothing habits of its master. People were indignant with him that he did not reform. I say It would have been easier for him to find his way alone up the Matterhorn in the dark than to reform after his marriage. There had been hope for him before. There was none afterward. A pretty inducement to reform she offered him. I knew that woman through and through, and I tell you that there never lived a more selfish, feeble, vain, and miserable thing. Always self, self, self. When she was mated to a man who never did think of self, whose one joy was to be giving, whose generosity was no less a byword than his recklessness, who was delighted if she expressed a wish, and would move heaven and earth to gratify it, the more eagerly, the more unreasonable it was. Mes amis, I think it is easy to guess the end. The end was ruin. I watched it come on, and I thought of you, Frau Gräfin. Vittoria was expecting her confinement in the course of a few months. I never heard her express a hope as to the coming child, never a word of joy, never a thought as to the wider cares which a short time would bring to her. She did say often, with a sigh, that women with young children were so tied they could not do this, and they could not do that. She was in great excitement when she was invited to come here, in great triumph when she returned. Eugen, she said, was a fool not to conciliate his brother, and that doting old saint, her words, gnädige Frau, not mine, more than he did. It was evident that they would do anything for him if he only flattered them, but he was so insanely downright. She called it stupid, she said. The idea of missing such advantages, when a few words of common politeness would have secured them. I may add that what she called common politeness was just the same thing as I called smooth hypocrisy. Very shortly after this, her child was born. I did not see her then. Her husband lost all his money on a race, and came to smash, as you English say. She wrote to me. She was in absolute need of money, she said. Eugen had not been able to give her any. He had said they must retrench. Retrench? Was that what she married him for? There was a set of turquoises that she must have, or another woman would get them, and then she would die. And her milliner, a most unreasonable woman, had sent word that she must be paid. So she was grumbling in a letter which I received one afternoon, and the next I was frightfully startled to see herself. She came in and said smilingly that she was going to ask a favor of me. Would I take her cab on to the bank and get a check cashed for her? She did not want to go there herself, and then she explained how her brother-in-law had given her a check for 1,000 thalers. Was it not kind of him? It really did not enter my head at the moment to think there was anything wrong about the check. She had endorsed it, and I took it, received the money for it, and brought it to her. She trembled so as she took it, and was so remarkably quiet about it, that it suddenly flashed upon my mind that there must be something not as it ought to be about it. I asked her a question or two, and she said, deliberately contradicting herself, that the Herr Graf had not given it to her, but to her husband. And then she went away, and I was sure I should hear more about it. I did. She wrote to me in the course of a few days, saying she wished she were dead, since Eugen by his wickedness had destroyed every chance of her happiness. She might as well be a widow. She sent me a package of letters, my letters, and asked me to keep them, together with some other things, an old desk among the rest. She had no means of destroying them all, and she did not choose to carry them to Rothenfels, whither she was going to be buried alive with those awful people. I accepted the charge. For 6 years, the desk, the papers, everything lay with some other possessions of mine, which I could not carry about with me. on the wandering life I led after my father's death, stored in an old trunk in the lumber room of a cousin's house. I visited that house last week. Certain circumstances which have occurred of late years induced me to look over those papers. I burned the old bundle of letters from myself to her, and then I looked through the desk. In a pigeonhole I found these." She handed some pieces of paper to Graf Bruno, who looked at them. I, too, have seen them since. They bore the imitations of different signatures: her husband's, Graf Bruno's, that of Anna Sartorius, and others which I did not know. The same conviction as that which had struck Anna flashed into the eyes of Graf von Rothenfels. "I found those," repeated Anna, "and I knew in a second who was the culprit. He, your brother, is no criminal. She forged the signature of the Herr Graf." "Who forged the signature of the Herr Graf?" asked a voice which caused me to start up, which brought all our eyes from Anna's face, upon which they had been fastened, and showed us Eugen standing in the doorway, with compressed lips and eyes that looked from one to the other of us anxiously. "Your wife," said Anna calmly, and before anyone could speak she went on. "I helped to circulate the lie about you, Herr Graf." She spoke to Eugen. "For I disliked you. I disliked your family, and I disliked, or rather wished, to punish Miss Wedderburn for her behavior to me. But I firmly believed the story I circulated. The moment I knew the truth, I determined to set you right. Perhaps I was pleased to be able to circumvent your plans. I considered that if I told the truth to Friedhelm Helfen, he would be as silent as yourself, because you chose to be silent. The same with May Wedderburn. Therefore I decided to come to headquarters at once. It is useless for you to try to appear guilty any longer," she added mockingly. "You can tell them all the rest, and I will wish you good afternoon." She was gone. From that day to this I have never seen her nor heard of her again. Probably with her power over us, her interest in us ceased. Meanwhile I had released myself from the spell which held me, and gone to the Countess. Something very like fear held me from approaching Eugen. Count Bruno had gone to his brother, and touched his shoulder. Eugen looked up. Their eyes met. It just flashed into my mind that after 6 years of separation the first words must be words of reconciliation, of forgiveness asked on the one side, eagerly extended on the other. "Eugen," in a trembling voice, and then with a positive sob, "canst thou forgive?" "My brother, I have not resented. I cannot. Honor in thee as honor in me. But that thou wert doubted, hated, mistaken." But another had asserted herself. The Countess had come to herself again, and going up to him, looked him full in the face, and kissed him. "Now I can die happy. What folly, Eugen! And what folly like none but thine! I might have known." A faint smile crossed his lips. For all the triumphant vindication, he looked very pallid. "I have often wondered, Hildegarde, how so proud a woman as you could so soon accept the worthlessness of a pupil on whom she had spent such pains as you upon me. I learned my best notions of honor and chivalry from you. You might have credited me rather with trying to carry the lesson out than with plucking it away and casting it from me at the first opportunity." "You have much to forgive," said she. "Eugen, you came to see me on business," said his brother. Eugen turned to me. I turned hot and then cold. This was a terrible ordeal indeed. He seemed metamorphosed into an exceedingly grand personage as he came to me, took my hand, and said very proudly and very gravely, The first part of my business related to Sigmund. It will not need to be discussed now. The rest was to tell you that this young lady, in spite of having heard all that could be said against me, was still not afraid to assert her intention to honor me by becoming my wife and sharing my fate, now that she has learned the truth. May, do you still care for me enough to marry me? If so, interrupted his brother before I could speak, let me add my petition and that of my wife. Do you allow me, Hildegarde? Indeed, yes, yes, that she will honor us and make us happy by entering our family, which can only gain by the acquisition of such beauty and excellence. The idea of being entreated by Graf Bruno to marry his brother almost overpowered me. I looked at Eugen, and stammered out something inaudible, confessed, too, by the look he gave me. He was changed. He was more formidable now than before, and he led me silently up to his brother, without a word. Upon which Count Bruno crowned my confession by uttering some more very grandiose words, and saluting my cheek. That was certainly a terrible moment, but from that day to this I have loved better and better my haughty brother-in-law. Half in consideration for me, I believe the Countess began. But I want to know, Eugen, about this. I don't quite understand yet how you managed to shift the blame upon yourself. Perhaps he does not want to tell, said I hastily. Yes, since the truth is known, I may tell the rest, said he. It was a very simple matter. After all was lost, my only ray of comfort was that I could pay my debts by selling everything and throwing up my commission. But when I thought of my wife, I felt a devil. I suppose that is the feeling which the devils do experience in place of love. At least Heine says so. Die Teufel nennen es Höllenqual, die Menschen nennen es Liebe. I kept it from her as long as I could. It was a week after Sigmund was born that at last, one day, I had to tell her. I actually looked to her for advice, help. It was tolerably presumptuous in me, I must say, after what I had brought her to. She brought me to reason. May heaven preserve men from needing such lessons. She reproached me. Aye, she did reproach me. I thank my good genius, or whatever it is that looks after us, that I could set my teeth and not answer her a syllable. The minx, said the Countess aside to me. I would have shaken her. What was she to do without a groschen? She concluded, and I could only say that I had thoughts of dropping my military career and taking to music in good earnest. I had never been able to neglect it, even in any worse time, for it was a passion with me. She said, "A composed beggar!" That was hard. I asked her, "Will you not help me?" "Never to degrade myself in that manner," she assured me. Considering that I had deserved my punishment, I left her. I sat up all night, I remember, thinking over what I had brought her to, and wondering what I could do for her. I wondered if you, Bruno, would help her and let me go away and work out my punishment, for believe me, I never thought of shirking it. I had been most effectually brought to reason, and your example and yours, Hildegarde, had taught me a different kind of moral fibre to that. I brought your note about the check to Victoria, and asked her if she knew anything about it. She looked at me, and in that instant I knew the truth. She did not once attempt to deny it. I do not know what, in my horrible despair and shame, I may have said or done. I was brought to my senses by seeing her cowering before me, with her hands before her face, and begging me not to kill her. I felt what a brute I must have been. but that kind of brutality has been knocked out of me long ago. I raised her and asked her to forgive me, and bade her keep silence and see no one, and I would see that she did not suffer for it. Everything seems to stand clearly before me. If I had kept straight, the poor ignorant thing would never have been tempted to such a thing. I settled my whole course in half an hour, and have never departed from it since. I wrote that letter to you, and went to read it to my wife. I told her that I could never forgive myself for having caused her such unhappiness, and that I was going to release her from me. I only dropped a vague hint about the boy at first. I was stooping over his crib to say good-bye to him. She said, "What am I to do with him?" I caught at the idea, and she easily let me take him. I asked Hugo von Meilingen to settle affairs for me, and left that night. Thanks to you, Bruno, the story never got abroad. The rest you know. What did you tell Hugo von Meilingen? Only that I had made a mess of everything and broken my wife's heart, which he did not seem to believe. He was staunch. He settled up everything. Some day I will thank him for it. For 2 years I traveled about a good deal. Sigmund has been more a citizen of the world than he knows. I had so much facility of execution.
So much genius, you mean? I interposed.
That I never had any difficulty in getting an engagement. I saw a wonderful amount of life of a certain kind, and learned most thoroughly to despise my own past, and to entertain a thorough contempt for those who are still leading such lives. I have learned German history in my banishment. I have lived without true heroes, the lower middle classes. Well, you were always a radical, Eugen, said the Count indulgently. At last, at Cologne, I obtained the situation of first violinist in the Elberthal Kapelle, and I went over there one wet October afternoon and saw the director, von Francius. He was busy, and referred me to the man who was next below me, Friedhelm Helfen. Eugen paused and choked down some little emotion, ere he added, "You must know him. I trust to have his friendship till death separates us. He is a nobleman of nature's most careful making, a knight sans peur et sans reproche. When Sigmund came here, it was he who saved me from doing something desperate or driveling. There is not much of a step between the two. Fräulein Sartorius, who seems to have a particular disposition, took it into her head to confront me with the charge of my guilt at a public place. Friedhelm never wavered, despite my shame and my inability to deny the charge. Oh dear, how beautiful!" said the Countess in tears. "We must have him over here, and see a great deal of him." "We must certainly know him, and that soon," said Count Bruno. At this juncture I, from mingled motives, stole from the room, and found my way to Sigmund's bedside, where also joy awaited me. The stupor and the restlessness had alike vanished. He was in a deep sleep. I knelt down by the bed and remained there long. Nothing, then, was to be as I had planned it. There would be no poverty, no shame to contend against, or struggle to make, except the struggle up to the standard so fearfully severe and unapproachable, set up by my own husband, set up and acted upon by him. How could I ever attain it, or anything near it? Should I not be shocking him by coarse, gross notions as to the needlessness of this or that fine point of conduct? By my ill-defined ideas as to a code of honor, my slovenly ways of looking at questions? It was such a fearful height, this to which he had carried his notions and behavior in the matter of chivalry
and loyalty. How was I ever to help him to carry it out? And, moreover, to bring up this child before me, and perhaps children of my own, in the same rules? It was no doubt a much more brilliant destiny which actually awaited me than any which I had anticipated. The wife of a nobleman, with the traditions of a long line of noblemen and noble women to support, and a husband with the most impossible ideas upon the subject. I felt afraid. I thought of that poor, vain, selfish first wife, and I wondered if ever the time might come when I might fall in his eyes as she had fallen. For scrupulous though he was to cast no reproach upon her, I felt keenly that he despised her, that had she lived after that dreadful discovery he would never have loved her again. It was awful to think of. True, I should never commit forgery, but I might, without knowing it, fail in some other way, and then woe is me! Thus dismally cogitating, I was roused by a touch on my shoulder and a kiss on the top of my head. Eugen was leaning over me, laughing. "You have been saying your prayers so long that I was sure you must be asking too much." I confided some of my doubts and fears to him, for with his actual presence that dreadful height of morality seemed to dwindle down. He was human too, quick, impulsive, a very mortal. And he said, "I would ask thee one thing, May. Thou dost not seem to see what makes all the difference. I loved Victoria. I longed to make some sacrifice for her. Would she but have let me, but she could not, poor girl. She did not love me." "Well?" "Well, mein Engel, you do," said he, laughing. "Oh, I see," said I, feeling myself blushing violently. Yes, it was true. Our union should be different from that former one. After all, it was pleasant to find that the high tragedy, which we had so wisely planned for ourselves, had made a faux pas and come ignominiously to ground. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the First Violin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Violin by Jessie Fothergill. Chapter 41. And surely when all this is past, they will not want their rest at last. On the 23rd of December, I will not say how few or how many years after those doings, and that violent agitation which my friend Gräfin May has striven to make coherent in the last chapter, I, with my greatcoat on my arm, stood waiting for the train which was to bear me 10 miles away from the sleepy old musical Duke of Halberstadt, in which I am herzoglicher Kapellmeister, to Rothenfels, where I was bidden to spend Christmas. I had not long to wait. Having ascertained that my bag was safe, in which reposed divers humble proofs of my affections for the friends of the past, I looked leisurely out as the train came in for a second-class carriage, and very soon found what I wanted. I shook hands with an acquaintance and leaned out of the window, talking to him till the train started. Then, for the first time, I began to look at my fellow traveler, a lady, and most distinctly not one of my own countrywomen, who, whatever else they may excel in, emphatically do not know how to clothe themselves for traveling. Her veil was down, but her face was turned toward me, and I thought I knew something of the grand sweep of the splendid shoulders and the majestic bearing of the stately form. She soon raised her veil, and, looking at me, said with a grave bow, "Herr Helfen, how do you do?" "Ah, pardon me, gnädige Frau, for the moment I did not recognize you. I hope you are well." "Quite well, thank you," said she with grave courtesy, but I saw that her beautiful face was thin and worn, her pallor greater than ever. She had never been a person much given to mirthfulness, but now she looked as if all smiles had passed forever from her lips. A certain secret sat upon them and closed them in an outline, sweet but utterly impenetrable. "You are going to Rothenfels, I presume?" she said. "Yes, And you also?" "I also, somewhat against my will, but I did not want to hurt my sister's feelings. It is the first time I have left home since my husband's death." I bowed. Her face did not alter. Calm, sad, and staid, whatever storms had once shaken that proud heart, they were lulled forever now. 2 years ago Adelaide von Francius had buried keen grief and sharp anguish, together with vivid hope or great joy, with her noble husband, whom we had mourned bitterly then, whom we yet mourn in our hearts, and whom we shall continue to mourn as long as we live. May's passionate conviction that he and she should meet again had been fulfilled. They had met, and each had found the other unchanged, and Adelaide had begun to yield to the conviction that her sister's love was love pure and simple, and not pity. Since his death she had continued to live in the town in which their married life had been passed, a life which for her was just beginning to be happy. That is to say, she was just learning to allow herself to be happy, in the firm assurance of his unutterable love and devotion, when the summons came. A sharp attack, a short illness, all over, eyes closed, lips too, silent before her for evermore. It has often been my fate to hear criticisms, both on von Francius and his wife, and upon their conduct. This I know, that she never forgave herself the step she had taken in her despair. Her pride never recovered from the burden laid upon it, that she had taken the initiative, had followed the man whom had said farewell to her. Bad her lot was to be, sad and joyless, whether in its gilded cage or linked with the man whom she loved, but to be with whom she had had to pay such a terrible price. I have never heard her complain of life and the world. Yet she can find neither very sweet, for she is an extremely proud woman, who has made 2 terrible failures in her affairs. Von Francius, before he died, made a mark not to be erased in the hearts of his musical compatriots, had he lived. But that is vain. Still, one feels that one can now but feel that, as his widow said to me, with matter-of-fact composure, "He was much more hardly to be spared than such a person as I, Herr Helfen. If I might have died and left him to enrich and gladden the world, I should have felt that I had not made such a mess of everything after all." Yet she never referred to him as "my poor husband," or by any of those softening terms by which some people approach the name of a dead dear one. All the same, we knew quite well that with him life had died for her. Since his death she and I had been in frequent communication. She was editing a new edition for his works, for which, after his death, there had been an instant call. It had lately been completed, and the music of our former friend shall, if I mistake not, become, in the best and highest sense of the word, popular music, the people's music. I had been her eager, and she was pleased to say, able assistant in this work. We journeyed on through the winter country, and I glanced at her now and then, at the still pale face which rose above her English-fashioned sealskin, and wondered how it was that some faces, though never so young and beautiful, have written upon them in unmistakable characters the end which one saw upon her face. Still, we talked about all kinds of matters, musical, private, and public. I asked if she went out at all. "Only to concerts with the von Franciuses, who have been friends of mine ever since I went to live near them," she replied, and the train rolled into the station of Lahnburg. There was a group of faces I knew waiting to meet us. "Ah, there is my sister Stella," said Adelaide, in a low voice. "How she is altered! And that is May's husband, I suppose. I remember his face now that I see it." We were caught sight of, for people came crowding round us. Eugen, my eyes fell upon him instantly. We grasped hands silently. His wife, looking lovelier than ever in her winter furs and feathers. A tall boy in a silkskin cap, my Sigmund, who had been hanging on his father's arm, and whose eyes welcomed me more volubly than his tongue, which was never given to excessive wagging. May and Frau von Francius went home in a carriage, which Sigmund, under the direction of an overlooking Küche drove. Stella, Eugen, and I walked to Rothenfels, and they quarreled, as they always did, while I listened and gave an encouraging word to each in turn. Stella Wedderburn was very beautiful, and after spending a Christmas at Rothenfels, she was going home to be married. Eugen, May, and Sigmund were going too, for the first time since May's marriage. Graf Bruno that year had temporarily abdicated his throne, and Eugen had been constituted host for the season. The guests were his and his wife's. The arrangements were his, and the entertainment fell to his share. Gräfin Hildegarde looked a little amazed at such of her guests. For instance, as Karl Linders. She had got over the first shock of her seeing me, a regular visitor, in the house, and was pleased to draw me aside on this occasion, and inform me that really that young man, Herr Linders, was presentable, quite presentable, and never forgot himself. He had handed her into her carriage yesterday, really quite credibly. No doubt it was long friendship with Eugen which had given him that extra polish. Indeed, Frau Gräfin, he was always like that. It is natural. He is very presentable, really very, but as a friend of Eugen's, and she smiled condescendingly upon me, he would naturally be so. In truth, Karl was Karl. Time had not thinned his flowing locks. He was as handsome, as impulsive, and as true as ever. Had added 2 babies to his responsibilities, who, with his beloved Frau Gemahlin, had likewise been bidden to this festivity, but had declined to quit the stove and private Christmas tree of home life. He wore no more short jackets now. His sister Gretchen was engaged to a young doctor, and Karl's head was growing higher, as it deserved, for it had no mean or shady deeds to bow it. The company then consisted in total of Graf and Gräfin von Rothenfels, who, I must record it, both looked full 10 years younger and better since their prodigal was returned to them, of Stella Wedderburn, Frau von Francius, Karl Linders, and Friedhelm Helfen. May, as I said, looked lovelier than ever. It was easy to see that she was the darling of the elder brother and his wife. She was a radiant, bright creature, yet her deepest affections were given to sad people, to her husband, to her sister Adelaide, to Countess Hildegarde. She and Eugen are well matched. It is true he is not a very cheerful man. His face is melancholy. In his eyes there is a shadow, which never wholly disappears, lines upon his broad and tranquil brow, which are indelible. He has honor and titles, and a name clean and high before men, but it was not always so. That terrible bringing to reason, that 6 years' grinding lesson of suffering, self-suppression, aye, self-effacement, have left their marks, a shadow plain to see, and will never leave him. He is a different man from the outcast who stepped forth into the night with a weight upon him, nor ever looked back till it was dried out in darkness to its utmost term. He has tasted of the sorrows, the self-brought sorrows, which make merry men into sober ones, the sorrows which test a man and prove his character to be of gold or of dross. Grave, too, is the son, who is more worshipped by both him and his wife than any of their other children. Sigmund von Rothenfels is what outsiders call a strange, incomprehensible child. Seldom smiles, and has no child friends. His friends are his father and his mother May, Mütken, he calls her, and it is quaint sometimes to see how on an equality the 3 meet and associate. His notions of what is fit for a man to be and do he takes from his father. His ideal woman, I am sure he has one, would, I believe, turn out to be a subtle and impossible compound of May and his Aunt Hildegarde. We sometimes speculate as to what he will turn out. Perhaps the musical genius, which his father will not bring before the world in himself, may one day astonish that world in Sigmund. It is certain that his very life seems bound up in the art. And in that house and that circle it must be a very Caliban, or something yet lower, which could resist the influence. One day May, Eugen, Karl, and I repaired to the music-room, and played together the Fourth Symphony and some of Schumann's Kinderschienen. But May began to cry before it was over, and the rest of us had thoughts that did lie too deep for tears, thoughts of that far-back afternoon of Carnival Monday, and how we made a sunshine in a shady place, of all that came before and after. Between me and Eugen there has never come a cloud, nor the faintest shadow of one. Built upon days passed together in storm and sunshine, weal and woe, good report and evil report, our union stands upon a firm foundation of that nether rock of friendship, perfect trust, perfect faith, love stronger than death, which makes a peace in our hearts, a mighty influence in our lives, which very truly passeth understanding. The End. End of the First Violin by Jessie Fothergill.